Okay. It's time to continue with Aeon Reforged. Yippee! Just as a reminder, for the next 3 days, so the 24th, 25th, 26th, or if you're someone that's living like on the eastern side of the world, it would be the 25th, 26th, 27th for you. I will not be streaming since, it's the holidays. Just gonna take it easy, unwind, celebrate with family and all that stuff. But I will come back to streaming again on Friday this weekend for Polaris Bond. It might be 2 days in a row of Polaris Bond, it might be 3 days in a row, depending on how truly long Polaris Bond is. Just as a reminder. And then after those two or three streams will be one final stream on this channel. And I will be I'll be moving my streaming activities over on a different YouTube channel. Just in case people don't know what the other channel is, let me look for it. I'll just pin it in the chat. I'll just pin it. Here we go. And then pin message. There we go. Okay. Alrighty. Let's get into this. I'm gonna take a drink of water here. Where did we leave off? They mentioned the Arcadia evacuation. Triller died. He committed suicide. Starship fleet completely decimated. I don't know that. Rip Tall Guy. Tall Guy sacrificed himself to try and save the others. Sag. I guess we're still going into the backstory here. Alright. Turmoil. 27-14. To prevent the soldiers from becoming tools and to defend the final glory. Alright, let's do this. New Oakley at 5 p.m. Hey buddy, it's time for the shift change. I like his shirt. And I like this guy's shirt too. You're late, you son of a swear word. I've been waiting forever. The other resident retrieves a liquor flask and takes a few swigs. Finally, I'm gonna have a drink on duty and was dying for it. Damn it, don't go drinking in front of me. You're making me crave it like crazy. Wanna have a sip? The flask is handed over, and the man inhales deeply, savoring the aroma of the liquor within. I'm guessing this is taking place around the time of Sands of Wrath right here. I'm guessing. Because it was during Sands of Wrath that there was some commotion involving the Forsaken, but we never went back to it during that chapter. Nah, forget about it. He reluctantly pushes the flask away and even steps back, as if fearing he'd regret his decision in the next second. The mayor said no drinking on duty. I don't want to land myself in trouble. Dude, who knows when his son will show up for inspection? What's the big deal? If you get caught, it's just a few days of no drinking. You can tough it out. The flask is handed over again. Hey, come on, join me for a drink. It's no fun doing it all alone. The person offering the drink will get punched too. The flask is pushed back to its owner's hand. I reckon we should stick to the mayor's rules. It's not that I'm scared or anything. I just don't get it. This place was just a shabby old bar. What's there worth keeping an eye on? Not even scavengers come around here. Forget it. Let's just do the job. As long as we get paid, who cares if the mayor's hiding gold in there or something? Besides, this ain't the only spot with beefed up guards. He raises his chin toward the distant cliff. They also put more guards at that entrance. Seems like they ain't just defending against those heater creatures. Shouldn't it be hetero creatures? Yeah, right. Those smaller asses in Babylonia sure got a knack for giving things names that are a mouthful to say. True. I reckon they're probably keeping an eye out for them Forsakens too, no? Alright. After they went and turned the whole darn town upside down a few months back. Oh. Never mind, this is taking place months after. If it weren't for that mayor, if it weren't for the mayor stepping in, them bastards would have dragged a few folks down with them. Duh. He spits on the ground in annoyance and takes another swig. Well, ain't that a fine example of the non-interference deal or whatever? Just look at it. What happened? The mayor was boiling mad back then. I thought he'd start vaporizing right then and there. You even know what this vaporizing word? You even know about this vaporizing word? I did go to school for a little while, even though I only graduated from primary school. Then help me read this, will ya? The man takes out a newspaper and directs his companion's attention to the headline at the top of the page. Man, you didn't even make it through preschool, huh? Let me see. Death belongs not to the Forsaken, honoring our most trusted leader, Watanabe. Swear word. He snatches the newspaper, accidentally spilling some of his drink onto the ground, yet paying no mind to the mishap as he reads intently. Hey, not the drink. Why are you getting all riled up? It's just someone kicking the bucket. Ain't nothing unusual these days. Where did you get this? The wind blew it over. Question mark? What's got you all riled up? The wind blew that thing right in my face. Stick to your duty. I'll report this to the mayor. He hastily tucks the newspaper into his coat and dashes off to the other end of the town as fast as he can. Hey, tell me what it says after my shift ends. While he shouts after his departing companion, he fails to notice the door behind him discreetly opening ajar. Oh, is Watanabe in the town or something, and they're like keeping him safe? World Government Sanctuary. Watanabe places the bouquet in his hand at the foot of a tombstone. Father, Mother, I've come to see you. A new tombstone has been erected next to the old one. In the same location at the same time of day, only the person here to mourn looks completely different from before. More than one new gravestones now populate the area. On the adjacent hill, low gravestones span across nearly every inch of land. Following the catastrophic defeat, the world government took an extensive period to account for all the casualties incurred. Despite the mounting pressing issues at hand, the world government still held a grand memorial ceremony to honor and remember those who were lost. The challenges we face should not become reasons for us to forget their sacrifice. Hans, now with a crown of white hair, uttered these words in his televised speech. But Watanabe has also noticed many changes taking place. The supermarket shelves are no longer abundantly filled, with many items quickly vanishing as soon as they are restocked. People have shifted their attention away from art to news and prices. Pedestrians are now a rare sight on the streets, and those who do venture out are only seen rushing in a hurry. The original Acadia transfer has been renamed to the Acadia evacuation. Oh, it's not two separate things. It's still the same thing, just renamed. Watanabe, you came too. Ballard too has changed a lot. The shadows between his brows have deepened, and an unintentional aura of menace surrounds him, making it more difficult to approach him than before. I was right. Yeah, you were right, Carefree. Hey, Carefree. He gently places the white flowers he held in front of the two gravestones, but unlike before, he refrains from uttering more words. Jumped in right on time. Yep. I heard you were assigned to the Air Force. Yes, and they designed a special aerial combat frame for me. You indeed have a talent for that. He nods, but still doesn't turn to look at Watanabe. I kept trying to convince Shin to transfer you to the previous aerospace squadron before, but he always insisted on not interfering with your choices. He might have looked young, but he surely was as rigid as those old fossils. Father said the same thing about someone as well. Oh, who was it? You. He said that you're the kind of person who doesn't tolerate any nonsense. Once you make up your mind, you'll disregard everything else, and no one can sway your opinion. Ballard finally shifts his gaze from the gravestones and turns to look at Watanabe. Did he really say that? Watanabe nods. He had quite the knack for seeing people through. The shared topic dissolves the subtle estrangement between the two, and as a result, Ballard's brows relax ever so slightly. After changing your frame, didn't they correct the color of your eye? Can't make the same mistake twice, can they? I asked them to keep it. I'm used to it, and I kind of like it this way. Basically, he said, I think it looks cool. I'm just kidding. Well, actually, no, I'm not. It's not too far off. With this eye that doesn't belong to me, I can see the world for them. Though it's not perfect, it's not all bad. It's a more deeper reason. If it were me, I would have just said, nah, it looks cool. I kind of like it. It's cool. Imagine changing your eye color just so it can look cool. No actual benefit no other benefit as a construct. Just change it because it looks cool. Don't dwell too much on the past. There's only so much one can hold on to. Of course, I won't stop moving forward because of it. They're never a burden to begin with, but my motivation to keep going. Rule of cool trumps all. Yep. As long as it looks cool, who cares about its function? I heard you're also in charge of transporting Gestalt's central core this time. I'm not the only one. You even know about that. This mission involves more than just the Air Force. The Purifying Force will also take action. Could it be? Thinking of the recent rumors about the Purifying Force, Watanabe frowns. Don't you overthink it. Leave those despicable opportunists to us. But I've also heard that sometimes the Purifying Force's methods tend to be a bit extreme. Desperate times call for desperate measures. There's no need to hold back against those guys anyway. That central core will be sent to Eden too, right? It's now called Babylonia. Ballard, do you think we're doing the right thing? What do you mean? We both have witnessed Gestalt's right and know the direct cause of the current situation, yet those in power chose to hide it. Even after they conducted months-long inspections and implemented quarantine measures, they still decided to rely on this flawed thing. I understand that they're probably out of options. Babylonia's operations need Gestalt's support. Don't worry, they called in the super hot nun to fix that issue. But aren't they exposing themselves to the risk of repeating the same mistake? Silence lingers between them for a long time before Ballard finally speaks. I meant to let you figure it out on your own, but now that you're asking... He lets out a soft sigh. Watanabe, you can't save everyone as a soldier. The true arbiters of fate, affecting the majority, are often the leaders who make decisions. Unlike soldiers, those who assume such positions are bound to shoulder the lives of their followers. So they must use everything they can, unite everyone they can, and defeat everything they must. As for whether it's right or wrong, how can we, who are in the midst of it, pass judgment? Everything can only be left to history and the future. For now, it all comes down to our stance. If you wish to save beyond what lies before your eyes, then it is time to begin thinking more. Feel more, and think more about what else you can do and influence. But there's one thing for sure, whether as a soldier or a leader. When we fight for those who can't speak for themselves, we are strong. He wants to say something, but the storm of thoughts swirls within him, hindering him from articulating any coherent words. I need to go meet the team. In the end, he can only find an excuse to leave. Alright, get going. I still have a few old friends to visit. Ballard looks up at the tombstones on the nearby hill. Quite an unconventional meeting that you picked. It's pretty reasonable for two soldiers to have a small talk when they meet at the cemetery, isn't it? When did you learn to pull this kind of trick? Just get to the point. Hans is dying. The blunt statement leaves Cyril dumbfounded. What did you just say? He was secretly sent to the hospital last night and hasn't returned to his post yet this morning. His lieutenant is in command now, and many have already started speculating about his whereabouts. Could it be? Ballard shakes his head. Hans isn't someone they can deal with that way. Given to whether his position as the military commander or his personal prestige. Bro, that means Hans has been dying for like 30 years. He's just old. Yeah, man's just old. He's just old, Ballard. Come on. He has one little trip. Oh my god, he's dying. If they want to get rid of him through assassination, it won't be easy to cover it up with just some small fry taking the blame. There's only one reason for this situation. He's too old and too tired. Since the failure of the Great Transfer, he's been under unimaginable pressure. During the planning of the Acadia evacuation, every decision has been tormenting his conscience. But he can't question it or allow guilt to consume him. Moreover, he also has to deal with those trying to take advantage of the situation in the meantime. Trillard's sacrifice brought about a brief period of peace, but the deteriorating situation is causing more people to lean toward their side. It's a vicious cycle with no end. Perhaps things can only change in a new environment. You must have noticed the change within the world government as well. Cyril responds with a nod. If Hans doesn't make it this time, well, even if he does, the demands for his replacement will only grow louder. Are you thinking about placing your bet early? Ballard doesn't answer, seemingly still hesitating. Wells? No, he's too emotional. Smith? Too young to command respect. Then, Nicola. This time, Ballard doesn't offer a response immediately. After a long pause, he shakes his head. God, I love listening to Lamia in the background. Lamia has become my favorite OST now. It used to be Hikari, but now it's Lamia. It's so good. It's still too early. Looks like we have to go with our safety precautions ahead of time. Are you sure about that? Yes. Ballard looks up, his eyes devoid of any lingering hesitation. To prevent soldiers from becoming tools, and to defend the final glory. Lamia dropped to number 2 after I heard Moonlit Occultation. Yeah, Moonlit Occultation. Jesus, English. Yeah, that's a good one too. I think it's just the percussion in Lamia that really hypes me up a lot. It's so good. Especially the beginning part of Lamia, what's playing right now. I love the the underwater ambiance. Love it. We need to start gathering our forces. You know, I'm more than capable to do an even deeper voice characters, but I'd have to be really close to the mic because it's a really soft speaking and quiet voice. I can't really do something loud. Are you saying they are gathering their forces? Within the dimly lit basement, a doctor donning a white coat is reading a crumpled newspaper under the feeble light. Honoring our most. Nonsense. Aunt Jada, don't go tearing it up. It wasn't for me. It wasn't easy for me to get these back, you know? Oh, Jada. I'm not your aunt. I can't call you that? I I can't believe I become grumpier as I get older. I mean, hey, that's adulthood for you. The woman who looks no longer young sighs softly. I don't know, she still looks young to me. If only Philip were still around. He was way ahead of me when it comes to treating constructs. What a shame. Jada turns to look at the person lying quietly in the center of the equipment, despite the physical injuries being treated. His consciousness remains in a dormant state. I've been saved twice now, if counting what went down in the Pulia Forest Park. I can't even get the guy to wake up. It's not your fault, Jada. I heard you used to be just a designer. What you've done so far is already pretty impressive. Which researcher from the post-pandemic age isn't a jack of all trades? I'm probably the worst of them. No wonder I ended up getting abandoned. Says Jada in frustration. Well, the red-haired soldier finds himself at a loss, not knowing what to say. So he decisively seeks help from the other person present. Commandant, say something too. Sitting on the makeshift bed, you put down the newspaper. Oh my god. Let me connect with him one more time. Can you still handle it? Jetta extends her arm to point to your nose, indicating her concern. Don't worry about me. You wipe away the blood from the previous long, deep mind connection. Your fingers seem thin and delicate. Racing against time. Okay, so this is before Commandant was found or rescued during Cradle Parade. So this was taking place during Cradle Parade. Oh wait, no, not during. This is taking place before the events of Cradle Parade, basically, because it was an entire year before Commandant was found, or an entire year since Commandant went missing. I see. Because I remember during Cradle Parade, Commandant was... What was it? He was captured by a bunch of defectors and corrupted. He escaped, and while he was escaping, he encountered Zong, which is the red-headed kid we saw, or orange-haired kid. And then from there... Okay. Yeah, okay, that was before the events of Cradle Parade then. Okay. The Great Evacuation. The falcon makes the last long cry and returns to the embrace of the land. Babylonia Cerberus, a lounge. Stand by, stand by. Just how much longer are we going to keep on standing by? In the spacious lounge, Noctis is throwing punches with all his strength toward the air. Swear word to stand by. Noctis, you're so annoying. Number 21 lies on the recliner, lazily wagging her tail. Cute. Can't you just settle for a second? You want to cause more trouble for me in number 21? Huh? Didn't I already take the fall for you guys? We're square now. Besides, I did all the cleaning for an extra month. Noctis raises an eyebrow. My partner's still missing. Shouldn't everyone be out looking? What's the deal with locking us up? It's gotta be Corona's doing, I swear. Noctis throws a perfect uppercut. That's the only conclusion you could conjure up with that thing above your neck? What else could it possibly be? Most messed up things are usually connected to those guys. If you beat up 9, you might miss 1. But if it's 10, you're definitely hitting the mark. Don't let Noctis go to the surface these days, and don't let him notice anything unusual. Someone wants to stir things up by exploiting his past. Don't give them the chance. Seeing Vera's expression, Noctis instinctively sniffs the air like a hunting dog. Vera, why do I feel you look weird? Are you hiding something from us? Number 21 on the recliner turns her head too. Captain, you're anxious? More anxious than when you heard the Grey Raven Commandant went missing? Finally, for once you agree with me, 21. I've noticed it long ago. Noctis is just careless. Seriously? I was the one who brought it up first, okay? Noctis is like a child arguing about that. Say that again. Noctis is like a child arguing about that. The two square off, prepared for yet another day's bickering. Vera, having grown accustomed to the scene before her, shakes her head in resignation. Clean up after yourselves later. If you're gonna put the guy in a cage, you better have a good reason for it. Knowing this won't do you any good. That's for me to decide. Fine. We've identified the current acting leader of the Forsaken. It's Ballard. You shouldn't find the name strange considering you've seen Noctis's profile. So, he's behind all the weird stuff the Forsaken have been up to lately. Shh. I don't know much more. Anyway, just keep a close eye on Noctis. Punishing Defense Command Center. The old man's violent coughing reverberates throughout the entire command room. Reacting swiftly, the lieutenant standing beside him steps forward to offer help. I'm okay. Hans waves his hand, taking several deep breaths to regain composure. How's the third transport operation of the Great Evacuation? The evacuation fleet has safely arrived at Babylonia. The station staff have already begun unloading the basic agricultural and industrial equipment. I see. Hans nods, his eyes clouded with pain, slowly surveying the entire command room. Commander, the medical consortium hopes to schedule your next cardiopulmonary enhancement surgery soon. They say you've delayed it for too long. I've had almost 20 of those enhancement surgeries. A little delay won't hurt. Forget about it for now. Are there more new faces in the command room? Yes, they've all been recently assigned here. Why haven't I seen their personal files? They were appointed while you were in the hospital last time. You had just undergone surgery and were still in the recovery phase. Then the third transport operation kept you occupied. There are barely any familiar faces in the command room now. Each time he returns from the hospital, he finds a few of the old faces replaced. 3 this time, 2 last time, and 4 the time before. Despite being aware of the ongoing changes, the frequent hospitalizations make it hard for Hans to stop these things from happening. So he can only expedite the great evacuation even harder, disregarding the toll it takes on his already frail health. Nonsense! Commander, please calm down. A mere flicker of temper causes Hans to keenly feel his entire body protesting, compelling him to suppress his anger. Didn't I say last time the personnel changes here must go through me? Oh, it's this dude. Alas, don't make things difficult for the young one. The command room door swings open abruptly. A middle-aged man with blonde hair and a roguish countenance barges in. The goat. What's here to stare at? You guys want to throw a welcome party for me? All eyes avert from him, except for the unwavering gaze of one person who continues to stare. Who are you? Oh, my bad. I forgot to ask them to send a notification. He runs his fingers through his hair and scratches his head, looking somewhat comical. How is his face still the same, but the hair color is different? It's like he never aged. He just dyed his hair. Just call me Chief Commander Collins. Former Chief Commander Hans. I haven't heard anything about the Parliament wanting to retire these old bones of mine. That's why I'm about to deliver my apology. Collins pulls up a document on the terminal, clearing his throat pretentiously. Given that the former military and punishing defense Chief Commander Hans' health is no longer suitable for high-intensity work, Collins glances up at the young lieutenant, whom Hans has prevented from rushing over, and resumes his reading. Collins, former senior advisor of the General Staff, is now appointed to ensure the smooth progress of the Great Evacuation. Meanwhile, Hans has been reassigned to the General Staff, tasked with the development of construct tactics. Please complete the handover within 15 days. Well, former commander, you see, I didn't ask for this position. It's all voted on by the Parliament. I'm just their humble errand boy. Looks like you've put in a lot of effort. Oh, come on. No one can match your contribution. You risked your reputation to announce a great evacuation plan to the public. I must say, I'm absolutely in awe and admiration for your daring move. It's such a pity that those ignorant folks just can't seem to grasp your kind intentions. I mean, really, it's been keeping me up all night. You see him crying right there. He's just tearing up. This guy's so theatrical. This guy's so wacky. He's theatrical like Roland, but like in the comedy sense. In a comedic sense. So let me take the blame from here. You deserve a break. Oh, and don't you worry about me not getting along with others. I'm on good terms with everyone here. No one in the command room dares to meet Hans' gaze. Can't get over his paint tool hair recolor. For real, they just they just took like the bucket of paint and just blah. It's so funny. Literally, there's nothing different about him. At least Hans actually looks younger in this one. This dude still has the same face and everything. Hans even has a completely different sprite. Collins has been the same goofy ass motherfucker like since forever, since years ago, since the Great Evacuation. It's so funny. Since the Parliament has made its decision, I have nothing more to say. He rises to his feet, slowly straightening his back. But let me warn you, don't even think about profiting from the Great Evacuation. I'll be watching you. Good eye. That's all for the future. Please. I'm not so old that I need someone to support me. I can walk on my own. He walks down the stairs, leaving the command room. Watanabe can hardly remember the last time he visited the cemetery. So much has happened recently. The uprising of the rebels, the sudden plague, the once-in-a-lifetime famine, and... I never thought you'd fall too. Watanabe stands before Ballard's grave, paying his respects. Nani? I've come across some rumors about the purifying force. So when they told me that you died during a mission, I knew there was something fishy. After Hans stepped down, anyone could feel the changes in the military and the parliament. After they breached the last internal fortress, they started acting recklessly and even. Watanabe's expression contorts into a frown as he stops talking. Life's been tough, but there are still good people around. Hassan, who has been busy working for Humanity's United Front, has risen to the position of president, thanks to his well-earned respect and reputation. I've had my fair share of dealings with him during missions. He's the kind of person who hides his true intentions, but he doesn't go after his own people. A single droplet lands on Watanabe's face, catching his attention. Without a chance to glance up, a downpour ensues. I have to go. I'll come see you again next time. Also, I'll keep finding the truth. I won't give up, I promise. Even as he turns to depart, he doesn't notice the presence of two figures observing him from a distant hill. How does it feel to watch someone mourn before your own grave? Asks Cyril while securing the top secret file within his coat, shielding it from the rain. Quite surprising. I didn't expect to see this while meeting up with you. Your death is probably also surprising for him. If too many people know, the whole point of faking death would be completely lost. Being a double spy like you must be quite challenging, I can imagine. Now, both the Parliament and Corona will likely see you as their exclusive pawn. But if it weren't for this, you wouldn't have been able to get your hands on the top-secret file on the Great Evacuation. To them, a dead man who can operate in the shadows is sometimes more useful and easier to manipulate than someone who is alive. I'm curious, why didn't you invite Watanabe to join us right from the beginning? He may come across as having a mild temper, but deep down, he's actually more stubborn than anyone else. No matter how much I try to persuade him, as long as he believes that fighting for Babylonia can ensure humanity's future, he will never join us. Even though he has already realized Babylonia is no longer the world government he once served, he will still fulfill his duty. His faith lies not in any individual or organization, but in something far greater. Those with firm beliefs are rarely swayed by external advice. Watanabe is undoubtedly one of them, for better or worse. But what if he uncovers the truth about the Great Evacuation on his own, and learns that Babylonia has betrayed his beliefs and principles? Ballard remains silent for a long time, before finally speaking with certainty. If he comes to terms with it on his own, he will become our most reliable comrade. The blaring alarm resonates throughout the cavern. The cavern? Cabin. A familiar situation Cyril has faced numerous times in his flying career. Cyril, eject now! Don't! But neither rebels nor infected drones on the starship would speak so earnestly. So I lose to a youngster in the end. His gaze lowers to his chest, where the shrapnel has pierced through, giving rise to a crimson blossom. Ballard, you are right. He truly is a stubborn one. Even knowing he's in the dark, even knowing he's been deceived, he still seeks meaning and looks to the future. He places beliefs above himself. Is this where I fall short compared to him? We live in a dark era, but we need someone to look to the future. We need to leave hope in a future for the next generation, not a bunch of old dudes giving orders. The future belongs to the young who are still getting stronger. Cyril, you are their protector. A protector, huh? Fine. Even if it's a dying wish, I'll deliver it for you. Not activating the ejection system, he harnesses his final reserves of strength to persist in speaking. Believe what you want to believe, and never back down on it. Cyril! I still can't forgive. Maybe the person I can't forgive is myself. He expels the blood that has surged to his throat with a forceful cough, refusing to let it hinder his next words. Go back, kid. Someone needs to remember us. Never let this land forget that we once fought for it. The falcon makes the last long cry and returns to the embrace of the land. Bruce, I'm coming to see you all. To see you all. I can finally hear the words you didn't get to finish before. So depressing. Yeah, I mean, it is punishing Grey Raven. Forsaken. Before they realize that they already let go of their initial goal, finding the oasis. The desert night remains profoundly tranquil, amplifying the crisp crackling of the campfire. Watanabe stays watchful as he meticulously disassembles his joints, removing the accumulated sand lodged within. Lubricant, once plentiful in Babylonia, has become a precious resource after he escaped to the surface. Having fulfilled his last mission, he harbors no regrets about his departure. Now unburdened, he can finally unite with the abandoned surface. In order to avert further deterioration of this scrapped frame, regular cleaning has become an essential undertaking. He repositions the dust cover back to its original spot, giving it 2 taps to ensure there are no malfunctions. It's pretty cold at night. Come join me by the fire. He speaks without casting a backward glance. Eventually, two figures emerge from the shadows of nearby rocks. How did you notice us? The older person of the two, who seem to be brothers, asks. Let's just say experience is the best teacher. After the sixth, also the final operation of the Great Evacuation, Watanabe left Babylonia. He made his way back to the Forsaken surface by blending into a transport craft carrying scrapped frames. The situation on the surface has proven worse than expected. The Great Evacuation stripped away resources, technology, and order, leaving behind only scars, foolishness, and chaos in its wake. When flipping a switch fails to bring bright light, when turning a faucet no longer yields clean water, and when all familiar conveniences vanish in a mere half year. Then, you're not going to show us the evacuation route. Yeah, it doesn't look like it. Maybe later on in a flashback. Double flashback. A flashback of a flashback. Crushed by despair, people either have chosen to end their lives or surrender to a life of reckless debauchery. The opening act of the apocalypse takes the form of a competition known as desire, where inflicting harm and plundering others becomes a means to fill the void created by an overwhelming disparity. Hell has descended upon Earth. Naturally, many have set their eyes on Watanabe, or more precisely, the parts on his frame. After dealing with several waves of blatant attackers, he has learned to distinguish between those enslaved by their desires and rational survivors. If you're worried about me being a threat to you, Watanabe tosses a bundle of dried branches over, causing the younger one to instinctively jump back. Take this firewood. Need a lighter? No. After arranging the firewood into a small pile, the man retrieves a lighter from his pocket. Snap. A spark flickers into existence, yet no flame rises. The man persists, attempting several more times until a tiny flame finally emerges. Hastily shielding it from the wind and sand with his body, he cautiously approaches the pile of dry leaves. A gust of wind suddenly sweeps through, piercing his tattered cloak. The flame flickers briefly, then extinguishes, leaving the man frozen in place. Watanabe pulls out a flaming stick from his bonfire and rises to his feet, prompting the two scavengers to spring up nearly simultaneously, their hands moving towards their waist. However, Watanabe simply plants the burning stick in the sand between them and sits back down. After a moment of hesitation, the man strides toward the center, withdraws the stick, and retreats to his younger brother's side, his gaze fixed firmly on Watanabe. The second campfire finally ignites, illuminating their faces. Thank you. No problem. The campfire crackles persistently amid the ensuing silence. Eventually, as the third spark disperses, and the man prods the firewood with the stick for the fifth time. My name is Watt, and this is my brother Felix. What about you? Watanabe. Alone? Yeah. You sure got guts. Are you also searching for the Oasis? You too. I heard they are soldiers from the old era, with food, water, and guns. Most importantly, it's said that they still abide by the law. Even if it's just partly, that's enough in this messed up world. The man moves closer to the campfire, trying to warm up. Living like this, fighting alone every day, not knowing if I'll survive the next. It's really exhausting. His voice is incredibly hoarse, as if blended with gravel and rust. We once pursued freedom, but now we desperately crave order, even if it means facing countless obstacles along the way. Isn't Watt he was a Forsaken member. He died back in chapter 23, Wintry Shackles? Because I remember the guy at the start. Yeah, okay, thank you. Yeah, I remember Watanabe mentioning Watt, and he's like, rest in peace, and all that. If given a choice, who would want to turn back into a beast living in the wild? Did you get any lead? After a moment's hesitation, the man casts a glance at the campfire before him, and then cautiously retrieves a worn and tattered hand-drawn map from his pocket. I brought this map from a traveling merchant. That bastard took 2 bottles of water and a can for me. Here. He points to a green mark on the map. This is the Oasis. I heard it used to be a military base for training recruits, and now it's their headquarters. Literally his first comment on the surface. No. Yeah. The first dude he met up with and became comrades dies. Sad. Everybody dies. I don't want to let you down, but that place is deserted now. All the equipment and supplies have been taken away. All that's left are dormitories waiting to get rusted and sand everywhere. You been there? This is the only thing they left behind. By the firelight, Watt sees a flag with holes in it, the only thing Watanabe brought back from the old familiar training base. The mark on the flag is identical to the one on Watt's map. That bastard! Watt raises his hand, wanting to hurl the map into the fire, but eventually he only exhales a sigh of resignation. Screw this world. Swear word this world. What? I'm fine. A traveling merchant probably didn't know the Oasis was deserted either. Thanks. If it weren't for you, we would have made a wasted trip. What do you plan to do next? I don't know. Just keep moving, I guess. If we can't find a safe haven here, we'll move on to the next place, or just die on the way. That's the fate of people like us who weren't chosen to board the airship. Since our goals align, how about we travel together? You really are a kind person. The man lets out a chuckle, then shakes his head. That's precisely why I don't want to walk ourselves into a mess. Without blood relations or other strong bonds, most travel companions end up turning against each other, fighting over a mere bottle of water or a can of food. If that happens, this current harmony will just be history. I don't have that kind of concern, because I'm a construct. You? So if you're worried about me being a threat, I can understand. Facing Watt's honesty, Watanabe likewise directly points out the potential concern for him. To avoid or to grasp that extended hand, to continue doubting or to trust. Watt watches the campfire burn quietly before him. So, if we find food and water, will you let us have it? In contrast to the worries that burden adults, children often have a much simpler way of thinking. Felix! Of course, those things should be given to those in need. Since my brother says so, I'll go with you. But perhaps it's this simplicity that can rebuild connections in a complicated world. The lone traveler is no longer alone. Throughout his journey in search of the Oasis, he has encountered people from all walks of life. Some joined the group because of a helping hand. Thank you for saving me. Thank you. Thought. Some joined because of recognition of the same identity. You are also in the ground force? Which team? Some came to seek refuge. Can you take me in? Too many people covered my parts. You're a construct too, so you know what I mean, right? Some huddled together for warmth. Alright, you're the boss from now on. My bad for yelling at you all earlier. I knew this artwork was gonna pop up. Him and all of his Forsaken behind him. Soldiers, constructs, engineers, scientists. Refugees, doctors, painters, writers. All kinds of people joined the group, supporting one another and surviving together. Before they realized it, they already let go of their initial goal, finding the Oasis. And finally, they were given a name. That illustration goes hard. Forsaken? Yeah, what do you think? Sounds like some underground organization that will be hidden for a long time. I like it. In a time like this, not being noticed is a blessing. Them being able to keep these older CGs relevant is top tier. So good. So good. It's a good throwback. Hey, can't you try to be more positive? But, well, it's true. We, the ones who remain on the surface, are just a bunch of abandoned souls. The abandoned people came together to avoid being forgotten. Fits our situation pretty well, doesn't it? Then, shouldn't it be the abandoned? That sounds too bad. That sounds too bad. It is a bit plain. Alright, forget I said anything. So, our name's confirmed. Wait, Watanabe, are you still holding on to that flag? You mean this one? He takes out the old flag that used to fly high at the Oasis camp. Time has worn it out, and the design is barely recognizable anymore. Rule of cool, nerd Forsaken sounds fire. Yeah, so Forsaken sounds cooler. Now that we've got ourselves a proper name, let's also get the emblem down. We all came together in our search for the Oasis, you know? Even though that's history now, we can still honor how it all began. What do you think, Watanabe? I think they'd be happy to be remembered this way. Hey, I think we can incorporate a desert theme into the design here. Flames. There's got to be fluttering flames. Don't forget the solemn aura of soldiers. Everyone chimes in with ideas. Even the usually timid Jerry joins the discussion. When they present the artist at the camp with a collection of nonsensical phrases for assistance in designing, his furious shouts reverberate through the entire area. But that's a story for another time. A few days later. I still think it's too plain. It's a flag emblem. Being too complex isn't a good thing either, you know? If you can convince Anthony to redraw it, you have our support. No, it's my problem of not having an eye for art. Then, let's raise it up. Damn! That's cool. The flag rises high, swaying gracefully in the wind amidst the desert. Forever standing tall and firm. And that's how the Forsaken was formed. Underground cells. It's a shame. I thought you, who have been following Watanabe for the longest time, would understand my choice. You're destroying everything he left behind. We didn't come together for revenge, and certainly not to throw the survivors back into war. What about you, Jerry? Babylonian once took you in, but abandoned you when things went south. Don't you hate them? How could I not? But I still don't agree with starting the war. You're as cowardly as always. Watanabe once told me, letting go of your hatred for others is a braver act than dragging others into it for yourself. That's what makes him different from you. Jerry, don't even bother. An aged soldier, burdened by heavy chains, slowly approaches the door from the depths of the cell. Ballard, this is impulsive or premeditated. Or should I address you by your codename from the Oasis days? Generalissimo. Yeah, I figured as much. Sands of time. Or Sands of Wrath. I don't know where I got time from. I'm sorry, but I must ask you to stay here for a while. Generalissimo. Deadly gift. Jada, how much longer will it take for the Commandant and Watanabe to wake up? Wish I could know too. She tinkers with the devices before her, but eventually abandons the futile task, realizing that it merely provides a fleeting illusion of solace. His problem isn't only due to the recent severe injury. The root cause lies in his prolonged surface activity without an in-ver device, and he's been frequently engaging in battles against highly infected targets. The fact that he hasn't turned into a corrupted isn't just luck. He's been employing methods that are strictly forbidden in the safety manual. Wait, if it prevents infection, why forbid it? Because a schizophrenic is a patient, while a corrupted is just an enemy. Treating the former costs so much more than dealing with the latter. Schizophrenic? Can constructs also get sick? It's just an analogy. The full name should be Mind Trauma Syndrome. It usually appears in constructs who have suffered severe trauma or corruption. Symptoms include hallucinations, visual distortions, phantom pains, etc. But the syndrome also brings some negligible benefits. You got super PTSD. Firstly, it can enhance frame performance, much like how humans can summon extraordinary strength at the cost of self-inflicted damage during critical moments. Secondly, it increases resistance to the punishing virus, allowing constructs to endure higher levels of corruption. However, it's essentially using poison against poison. Sustained damage will inevitably make the mind more fragile, and Jado looks at the still unconscious Watanabe and sighs. He's probably remained in this state since coming to the surface. But that's not even my biggest concern. There's more? The corruption on him, there's a part that simply cannot be eradicated no matter how I try. Greater resistance to punishing. He slowly started to become a specialized frame. Worry about your corruption level first. Leon pushes Watanabe back into the chair as he tries to get up. The corruption level is still low. It won't have any impact on my condition. I used to be in the military and I fought alongside constructs. That wound on your head, it was caused by forcibly removing the invert device, wasn't it? Without that thing to shield you from the punishing virus, you better just stay put for now. We at least have the scavenged serum, but there's no way for you and Jerry to use it. You want me to watch you go into battle. For us, losing the combat power of one construct is merely a minor setback. However, losing a leader is a wound that will take the Forsaken a long time to recover from. You're just like that flag, and you don't have to leave the camp. As long as we can see it flying proudly and high, the Forsaken won't crumble apart. So please, understand your importance, boss. But a leader who always remains detached, unable to fight alongside their people, can hardly be a flag, right? Haven't you done enough yet? Just quit it. Don't you know who he is by now? If you're not here to help me convince him, don't stir things up more. Who's got time to waste on you two stubborn heads anyway? I'm here to report something. The smile on Suma's face fades away. Boss, we found the people from Oasis. Or should I say, they found us. Mister, why do your clothes look just like Leon's? Well, that's because... What's that round little ball hanging on your shoulder? That's a grenade. Whoa, don't touch it. It's dangerous. What do you want now? Can I touch that gun? Definitely not. Upon Watanabe's arrival, he is greeted by this scene of chaos. Boss is here! Yeah, he came to catch the little troublemakers. Suma extends her hands in a claw-like gesture and approaches the children who are clinging to the soldier. Crap, run! You think you can outrun me? The children scatter under Suma's pursuit, running far away with her. Sorry about that. They rarely see outsiders and got a bit too carried away. Watanabe! The soldier's voice takes on a tone of surprise mixed with a heightened excitement as he begins to speak. Question mark? It's me. You know, Zong. He talks incoherently, waving his arms wildly, which only serves to further confuse Watanabe. Zong. I almost forgot I still have this on. The soldier yanks off his helmet, revealing a youthful and somewhat goofy face. Watanabe, I didn't expect to see you here. You are that kid from back then? As Watanabe observes the familiar hair color, a small figure from his memory slowly overlaps the person standing before him. That's right. You recognize me now? A goofy smile graces his face. But why call yourself Zong? The smile freezes on the soldier's face. Because you saved me back then. I couldn't use your name to commemorate it, and you gave me a Zongzi. Or Zongzi. Later on, I enlisted in the military just like you, so I adopted it as my codename, to remember that moment. Then I became a construct, and joined Oasis. To commemorate. Oh, I see what you mean by it now. After a brief moment of contemplation, Watanabe decides not to pursue further. It is not difficult to imagine how, in those days of limited communication, a child would speculate and wonder if witnessing someone on the brink of death and then being unable to obtain any subsequent updates. Should I change it now? It's up to you. If it brings you more than just memories, I'd be happy about it. To be honest, I'm so used to it that I don't really want to change it. The young soldier scratches his head in embarrassment. Let's get down to business. What brings you to the Forsaken? Oh, right. Generalissimo sent me to invite the Forsaken leader for a talk. He hopes that the Forsaken can join Oasis. Wait, that means you, right? Oasis. Upon hearing that name, Watanabe pauses, for it was once the place that most of the Forsaken sought. However, as they have relinquished their pursuit of that goal and begun constructing their own oasis, the other party unexpectedly arrives at their doorstep. Watanabe? Sorry, I got carried away. I need to discuss this with my people. Join. Sure sounds nice, but let's be real. It's just a fancy way of saying a takeover. Don't be so harsh. Weren't you also running around the world looking for Oasis before you met Boss? Well, it's more like most of us who initially tagged along with Boss were in a similar boat. If it were before, I'd probably have picked up and left immediately upon hearing the news. But now, if there's a place more cozy than this, it'd probably have to be either Babylonia or the train. You wish, but it's true that we don't need to look for Oasis anymore. We got our own little spot now, don't we? Once I seal the deal with New Oakley, our food situation will be way better. Hey, what? Why have you been so quiet all this time? Boss isn't speaking because he wants to hear our opinions first, but it's rare for you to be this silent. I was thinking about that soldier. You mean that goofy kid? He seems fine to me. That's not what I meant. He's a construct and the parts on him seem brand new. You're talking about... Yeah, it's likely that Oasis has replacement parts and hibernation pods for constructs. They're a group of old-era soldiers, most likely holding on to a whole bunch of resources that were left over from the time when constructs fought alongside the military. The group falls silent, and after a brief pause, Suma breaks the silence. Well, in that case, there's really no reason to hesitate any longer. Yeah. Though the circumstances leave me no choice, I still feel bad just sitting around in the camp doing nothing all the time. Before Watanabe can speak, Watt interrupts him. I know what you're going to say, but don't forget. The Forsaken not only means to remember the past, but also to help those who are falling behind. Consider this as helping yourself this time. Guys, it's helping me too, right? No one asked you. You heard Jerry, boss. It's not just your problem anymore. If you're heading to Oasis for negotiations, Suma and I should tag along as well. Thanks, guys. Let's go check out the place we used to yearn for. Dot dot dot. Dot dot dot. The atmosphere at the negotiation site weighs even heavier than everyone imagined. Hey, doesn't something feel off here? You don't get it. Anyone can tell that the other leader is a seasoned veteran, just from one glance. And it's like they're locked in a battle of wills or something. It seems Boss has met his match this time. The two whisper to each other in hushed tones. Do you really think so? Why do I feel Boss seems a bit restrained? Are you kidding me? Have you ever seen him acting restrained? Yeah, remember when we asked the old artist for the emblem design and he lectured us and Boss for half an hour? It's kind of like that, I guess. Now that you mention it, it does kind of strike me as similar. No matter how quietly they whisper, their voice can't escape from Construct's audio module. Watanabe, it seems you've been slacking off. Upon hearing the familiar, composed voice, Watanabe is thrown back to the past era, devoid of the punishing virus, when Ballard would often utter the same words to him. Long time no see, Ballard. Seeing you alive doesn't surprise me at all, and I wonder why. You should call me instructor, but it's not necessary now. Having triumphed over respective hardships, the two individuals who coincidentally crossed paths once more exchange a knowing smile. I told you. Why did you call me here alone? The previous negotiation was just a formality. What I'm about to say next is the real deal. Following a negotiation that resembled more of a catch-up session with no tangible outcomes, Watanabe received a private invitation from Ballard. Before that, don't you think it's about time you explain your resurrection? It's simple. It was a staged death. A staged death needed by both the Parliament and Kurono. Watanabe has heard of this major conglomerate from the Golden Age, but he remains unaware of the reasons behind their entanglements with the Parliament. I'll explain the matters about them in detail later. Now, here's what I want to put on the table. Oasis will be integrated into the Forsaken, and you're going to be the one leading the charge. Question mark? Don't get all surprised just yet. I'm not the type to hand over my soldiers out of some sentimental longing for the past. You've been the one guiding your followers through the chaotic early days, helping them secure a foothold and building cooperative bonds with various factions. All of this is enough proof of your competence and integrity. The Forsaken, huh? That's a good name. So entrusting Oasis to you is the best choice for me. Why suddenly let go of it? Because both the Parliament and Kurono still think I'm their spy. When Oasis is weak, they can just ignore it. But when it grows into the largest armed group on the surface, they have to take it seriously. You still need the convenience that my spy identity brings, so I can't cut the bonds with them just yet. And if I continue to directly lead Oasis, it's only a matter of time before they find out. Initially, I intended this negotiation as a test for the rising leader of the Forsaken. Now it seems I can rest assured to leave it to you. You want me to be their leader. Do you still remember what I said to you before? You can't save everyone as a soldier. The true arbiters of fate affecting the majority are often the leaders who make decisions. Now, you have the ability and qualification to bear those lives. Those Oasis soldiers might. I am the Generalissimo of Oasis, and they are my soldiers. A soldier's duty is a soldier's duty to obey orders. Well, at the very least, let me be honest with them about one thing before anything else. Is it about Cyril? Watanabe nods. That's completely unnecessary. Nevertheless, Watanabe rises to his feet, gazing at the setting sun in the distance, his mind drifting back to the confrontation from many years ago. It's necessary. The reason I've been able to lead the Forsaken to where we are today is the trust we've built through honesty. Not to mention, I promised him that this land would never forget those who fought for it. The merger between the Forsaken and Oasis has unfolded with greater ease than anticipated. As both factions unite in the battle for the survival of the surface dwellers, lingering grudges of the past are swiftly dissolved by time. Without ideological clashes, even though a few try to make an issue out of Cyril's situation, their attempts are soon quelled by Ballard's authoritative intervention. Oasis is no more, for the Forsaken is spread greenery across the once barren land. To cover the blood, tears, and stains, they have bidden many farewells. My brother and I never regretted following you, boss. Had many new encounters, saved many lives. Counting this time, it's the second time you've saved me. Also left many regrets behind. Don't grieve for those you couldn't save. Focus on the living. There have been disagreements. This rescue mission is nothing but a reckless act with no return. I will be back with the survivors from the train. There have also been seamless cooperation. You got it? Yeah. I won't let those traffickers run away this time. Having weathered numerous trials and tribulations together, Watanabe and Ballard have grown so close and familiar that Watanabe confides in him about everything, trusting him implicitly. Alright, time is of the essence. I'll go with them to hold off the Hero creatures tomorrow. The man nods in understanding, emerges from the corner, and gently pats Watanabe on the shoulder. Leave everything here to us. The Forsaken will await your victorious return. But if you're gonna boost morale, you'll need a fresh image. Using the scrapped frame just won't cut it. Ballard unlocks a concealed room that is usually used for maintenance. Within it rests a brand new frame. When did you make this? Since quite a while ago. After the Hero Tower incident, Corona and the Parliament have been too caught up to pay attention. There are plenty of things that don't need to stay hidden. Decades of preparation can finally be put to use. Thank you. Give this frame a name, will you? Watanabe ponders for a long time, reflecting on the initial promise made and remembering those who were unable to make it this far. Epitaph. Let's call it Epitaph. I want to keep their memory alive, like dust embracing those who couldn't make it, and pass on their stories to those who come after. Dwelling on the past is not a good thing. Ballard, in a tone filled with depth and sincerity, speaks with profound meaning. I know, and that's why I can't stop moving forward. Do you still believe there's a chance for reconciliation between the surface and Babylonia? I can't forgive what they've done in the past, and I believe many others share the same sentiment. But that doesn't mean we should pass on our hatred to the next generation. A new sun has risen there, and there are more to come. The hatred of the past generation can no longer be mended, but the future doesn't have to follow the same path. Just as the new generation can't forgive on our behalf, how can we impose our past hatred on them? If Babylonia can confront the truth and genuinely repent, I believe there's a possibility for both sides to sit down and have a talk. While it's crucial to acknowledge history, we mustn't overlook the present. Both the current reality and past events are equally important. We should share everything and let them choose for themselves. If I didn't know better, I'd think you were planning to abandon the Forsaken and join Babylonia. A true Forsaken would never abandon these kindred spirits. Well, you're starting to sound more and more like a leader now. Time to gear up and get going. And take this. What Ballard hands over is an old-fashioned shotgun. The gun my father gave me. When Watanabe defected, he was unable to bring any personal belongings aboard the transport craft, and losing this particular gun had been one of his enduring regrets. Watanabe, do you still doubt whether you're doing the right thing? With you and the Forsaken by my side, along with the support of our people, I believe I'm on the right path. Don't put me on a pedestal. No one can be right forever. If a day comes when you think you're wrong, when you think I'm wrong, come and stop me. Now, take that faith from Shin and carry it into your battle. Yeah. When Watanabe habitually regards Ballard with the respect reserved for an elder, he forgets one thing. Some things won't fade away with time. They will only go deeper and deeper in your memory until they become reckless obsessions. Let's begin. That's not ominous. Is this going to be present time now? Awakening. She is observing. She watches as one group unwittingly walks into a meticulously laid trap set by another. Following a brief exchange of words, an eruption of intense gunfire breaks out. It is an uneven battle. Caught off guard, outnumbered, and with no defensive position, one side quickly falls. She witnesses the apparent leader of the group endure a devastating impact from a grenade, sustaining grave injuries. Urgent radio waves reach her ears, gradually transforming into intelligible words. "We're under attack. Communications are jammed and we're sending out an SOS on all channels. We were ambushed by people disguised as the purifying force. Watanabe's in critical condition, requesting backup. Zong, drop down now." The radio transmission abruptly ceases. The soldier's flesh dangles from the charred radio station, turning a haunting shade of black. She is observing. Before this, no one had told her that even those of the same kind could turn against one another. Lives exhibit their fangs for survival when faced with the unfamiliar, but they would also retract those fangs when it comes to their own kin. If that little wolf who intruded upon her territory fought to preserve something unique as self, then what are these similar lives fighting for? She wants to understand. So, she expands. Zone, why is it spreading so fast? She holds no interest in those who fled, as she was born amidst the decay and death, naturally drawn toward lives that are on the verge of fading away. She fulfills her mission, scattering seeds of a new civilization on the remains of the old. In the midst of it all, she delicately turns the pages of the weathered book before her. To ensure her uninterrupted reading, she allows the last surviving soldier to carry away the dying life. Who is this she? This story is nearing its end. The girl turns to look at you. Nani? A creeping sense of deja vu envelops your senses, sending a shiver down your spine. It becomes evident that the anomaly lurking within Watanabe's deep mind is far more than a mere corrupted mind shard. Who exactly are you? Here, I'm just a reader. Cradle! But if possible, I'd like you to call me Cradle. Hello, Sabeni. The girl in the green robe gracefully lifts her dress and performs a curtsy. Though it's our second meeting, it's your first time seeing me, isn't it? Second time? You suddenly remember the source of this uncanny sense of deja vu. It bears a striking resemblance to the feeling you had during the connection with number 21 in the hetero zone. You want Watanabe to become an ascendant? Yet the girl shakes her head calmly. That wasn't me. I'm merely a reader here. I've finished reading the story in his heart. As a part of our deal, I shall return the book intact. Her figure gradually fades away, and the eerie feeling dissipates. I look forward to the day when I can touch the past in your heart. With the words carrying her hopes, the girl vanishes. Cradle? A new challenger appears. In the silent cold, a door seems to materialize in Watanabe's sight. No matter which direction he moves, the door remains ever present before him. He suddenly recalls a passage from a science fiction writer's work. You're strolling along a vast plain when, out of nowhere, you stumble upon a wall. It stretches infinitely high into the sky, infinitely deep into the ground, and infinitely wide to both left and right. What is this wall? Anime rules, the little girl is always the most dangerous thing on the planet. Horror movie rules, the little girl is always the scariest thing. Is it death? But it's somewhat different. If death is an unavoidable wall, then no matter how one moves forward, they will eventually bump into it. This door, at least, offers a choice to enter or not. How would death offer a choice? Watanabe rests his hand on the door, feeling its temperature. On this side, he feels silent coldness, but on the other side lies something unknown. He suddenly realizes what this door stands for. He has pushed this door open time and again. When saving the young Zong. When intercepting the hetero core headed for Earth. When fighting off the corrupted swarming the train. When rebooting his mind after damaging it each time. He also realizes why he is standing before this door again. It is named Will to Survive, appearing only before those refusing to die. Epitaph looks like Wada went on an 8-month bulk. He grew up. He grew up with this frame. I swear to God, it feels like he's gotten taller. I need to go back. People are waiting for me. He pushes the door open. The dark path ahead illuminates the scenery behind. See? I told you that you didn't need to worry about him. Garza. Hey, Watanabe, it's too early for you to be here, you little brat. Instructor. You've been caught napping for quite a while this time. Make sure to offer a proper apology to those who've been waiting for your return when you get back. Albert. It's good that you remember us, but there's no need to visit too often. Coates. Watanabe? Are you still hesitating? I recognize those who ambushed us. They were comrades, compatriots. Under the same starry sky, we once warmed ourselves by the campfire and supported each other back to the camp. Even they decide to draw their swords against me. Does that mean that I've made a mistake? Too many have sacrificed already. Maybe Ballard is the one who can offer them a better future. Watanabe, have you succeeded in stopping more people from dying? It's not about how many people you can save alone, but how many your actions and beliefs can influence. Those who made sacrifices upheld the belief in protecting others, and the survivors will carry forth these very beliefs. They didn't get this far by relying only on force and fear. It's you who gave them courage, not just the courage to survive, but to trust others and believe in the future. When people no longer think of tomorrow as the worst thing imaginable, they hold the drive to push forward. This is something no false promise or threat or of force can bring. So don't let the opposition of some make you deny the past you carry and the future you aim for. He points to a tiny dot of light in the darkness ahead. You see that light? Go. Do what you think is right. Oh, goosebumps, bro, the music. A somewhat unfamiliar wooden ceiling comes into view. He tries to move but feels wires all over his body. You finally woke up? From the side, a voice tinged with a hint of reproach can be heard. Jada, I'm in New Oakley. What a sharp memory. Looks like the long coma hasn't affected your recollection. He turns his head to look around, only to find an unexpected figure. How come Usabeni is here? Shh. The Commandant just fell asleep. Keep it down. This person's mind beacon has been overloaded for months on end. Otherwise, you wouldn't have managed to wake up after being in a coma for such a long time. The boots adds 2 inches. Also, we got the answer to how Wada stayed uninfected without a Commandant. Self-harm. Pretty much. I see. He finally realizes who that familiar yet out-of-place figure was. I remember my frame. Watanabe places his hand on the parts that were once ravaged by grenades. The lingering phantom pain seems to echo within his shattered chest armor and torn abdomen. It's been months. Those parts have been patched up, but there's no replacement eyeball for now. For now. She points at Watanabe's eye. I wouldn't recommend putting the original one back either. It's got a micro-surveillance camera inside. Go ask Zong for more details. It was him and that young person who secretly brought you here. He should be on guard duty on the 1st floor. Alright, I'll go find him. He steals a final glance at the peacefully slumbering Commandant before gently readjusting the slightly askew blanket. Thank you. He turns to walk out the door. You woke up. I'll go check it out. Careful. A worker. Abandoned bar at 10 a.m. He's inside the hall. I found a bug. Found a glitch. No. He's weird. Gotta be something wrong with him. You. He's inside the counter, bro. Ha, I knew you were here. Get 'em, boys. Zong, go to the basement. Kill him for Generalissimo. I happen to have something to ask you. You should be in hell already. Like I expected. Oh, wait. God damn it, my freaking controller setting. Wait, Jesus. I have my controller plugged in. Just to charge it. Damn it. Dude, these QTEs are going by so quick. I can't react fast enough. When it showed the controller like inputs, I got so confused. I was like, wait, what? Then I remembered I have it plugged in. I tried playing with the controller, see how it feels compared to a keyboard and mouse. I'm just way too used to keyboard and mouse. I happen to have something to ask you. You think killing several minions will make you invincible? Oh my god, it's tall guy. I'm just kidding. It's just the same armor as him. Wow. What a finish. I like that the effects that are still going on. That's funny. Don't worry, Commandant. They can't defeat Watanabe. Watanabe! Time to move. Can you still move? He went inside. Well, he phased right through me, bro. Thanks, brother. I like the outro stuff that they have for some of these characters where they're like interacting with you, the Commandant. Whoa. What the hell? Won the Black Rock Shooter event collab? These model clips are too funny. I know. He just phased right through Commandant, bro. The battle soon comes to an end, and the defensive armor becomes more of a hindrance than a help. With limited vision, the agile figure eludes capture. When the squad leader finally comprehends the situation, he finds himself left standing alone. Oh, that wasn't a yell of like fear. He was screaming. It was a battle cry. Oh. His random gunfire merely stirs up a flurry of wood chips. In an instant, a jolt of force surges from his back armor to his neck, causing him to collapse on the ground. It's over? You and Zong cautiously poke your heads out of the basements, bearing witness to Watanabe's triumphant defeat of the final enemy. Yeah, but we need to move quickly. This place might not be safe anymore. Huh? You won't have that chance. The blade soars through the air, igniting sparks and setting the entire warehouse on fire. Joel! God damn, I didn't expect to see him again so soon. What the frick, frack? BRS OC is an interesting choice of music. It's quite fitting though. I love it. As someone who really loves listening to rock music or like heavy metal and shit, I love it. I really like it. I especially with from Sands of Wrath, Crank by Polyblue. Banger. I love that shit. Silent Frontline. Now someone has taken your root. Will you forgive them? Forsaken Outpost at 5:30 p.m. Hey man, you gotta smoke? You're on guard duty. Aren't you worried about getting busted by the squad leader? Come on, we're not like those constructs on the other side. Our bodies won't allow us to be on high alert all the time. The folks who were supposed to take shifts with us got reassigned to escort supplies. I'd knock out in no time without a smoke. Alright, here you go. 420 blaze it. A hand-rolled cigarette is shoved into the rookie's hand. Hee hee, I'll pay you back next time. Wait, where's the lighter? Rookie, you dare to use a lighter? Want the sniper on the other side to blow your head off? The rookie instinctively shrinks his neck in response to the threat. No way! We're not in a full-blown war yet, aren't we? The other side shouldn't want to get blamed for firing this first shot, right? If a war actually kicks off, who gives a damn about which side fired the first shot? But how am I supposed to smoke without a lighter? The young man gazes at the cigarette in his hand, his expression troubled. Just smoke inside your suit. It looks big enough. It looks big enough for your arms to just go in there and just unwrap it like this. The veteran unwraps the tobacco-filled white paper, pinching a few strands and placing them between his lips. Chewing it can also help you stay awake. For real? After hesitantly putting the remaining tobacco into his mouth. Oh, this sure kicks hard. That's so fucking old school. I remember tobacco chewing. I never once did it, but I would always see it from like different like movies I've seen before. Like I remember watching a film of like baseball players like chewing on tobacco and shit. I can't remember what movie, but it was chew on that shit and then spit it in a bucket or some shit. He shakes his head vigorously before taking a while to regain his senses. He got high off of tobacco. You don't even know this trick? Where on earth did you come from, rookie? I just finished my training period. Training period? When did you join? About 4 months ago, when that strange purple forest spread near our camp. A bunch of monsters rushed out. With our lousy gear, we couldn't fend them off. We couldn't fight back. Couldn't make a run for it. What we could do was pray those monsters had their sights on anyone but us. The camp was nothing but a patchwork of strangers who hardly even knew each other's names. But their dying screams still ring in my ears. Then these Forsakens with flags popped up, armed with guns just like the one I had in my hands. They blasted away the enemies like nobody's business. He passed the brand new rifle cradle in his arms. Cradle? After that, they went up to the survivors and asked if we wanted in on the Forsaken crew. Almost everyone agreed without thinking twice. We were taken for 3 months of hardcore training and then brought here. Now we have food, shelter, and guns. The days of living in fear are finally over. If only I had known, I would have joined the Forsaken sooner. Upon hearing the young recruit's somewhat regretful tone, the veteran responds with a scoff. You wouldn't have enjoyed these perks in the past. Huh? You think the gear in your hands just fell from the sky? Without the reopened production lines, you'd be holding something no better than a wooden club. Unlike Babylonia, Watanabe never took the easy way out by simply blowing up infected factories in the past. Instead, he went through all the trouble of yanking out those crucial control chips and other bits, hauling them to safe spots, and making sure he kept the nearby corrupted in check on the regular. He's always had this belief that the punishing virus would eventually get expelled, and all these stored items would come in handy down the line. Even in the hardest times, he never thought of abandoning them. Thanks to his persistent attitude, when the clean zone rolled in, we were able to kickstart a bunch of production lines in no time. Armed with guns and cannons, we stood tall and took back our turf from those Babylonia folks. That's why you have food, shelter, and guns now. Watanabe. I kept hearing that name during training. Is he the reason why things are so tense between us and Babylonia? Who exactly is he? He is the root of the Forsaken. Now, someone has taken your root. Will you forgive them? The veteran spits out the chewed tobacco, aiming it precisely into the buffer zone that lies between the Forsaken and Babylonia outposts. But do we? Meanwhile, on the other side of the buffer zone, that old geezer spit toward us again. Alright, enough sweating the small stuff. You want to spit back or what? How can you spit? Look at what you're wearing on your faces. What's the status of the Micron drone? The other soldier casts a glance at the terminal on the ground and shakes his head. No luck. Still can't break through their defense net. Damn it. These past few days, we've gathered nothing. We haven't gathered squat for intel, except the fact that the guard over there is a chain smoker. And he likes to spit at us. Shut up already. They sure know our tech inside out. Even if they took in those defected constructs, it ain't supposed to be like this. This Micron drone is still a prototype, not even mass-produced yet. Could there be another mole? Speaking of moles, have you heard about that thing? What thing? The one where the Grey Raven Commandant went missing. Word on the street is, the Commandant got sold out to the Ascendants by some mole. You can't just run your mouth like that. The soldier immediately looks around and lowers his voice. Do you want the Purifying Force to come in and interrogate you? What's there to be afraid of? Didn't they come around with a photo asking if anyone had seen the Grey Raven Commandant? I guess they didn't get their act together and coordinate the witness search because they were keeping an eye on certain folks. But here's the weird thing. It's not just the task force. Even some of the engineering force who rolled in a few days back were asking the same question. Does the Grey Raven Commandant owe them for some construction fee? Clueless. Rein in your imagination. If the higher-ups don't say anything, I can only guess with my imagination. Yeah, you're right. You haven't even given a proper response to all the accusations thrown by the Forsaken. It's making me lose confidence sometimes. There's no way a war is gonna break out, right? After all, we still have the Longinus arsenal. But if they're pushed to the brink... No, man, we call that Tsunsen Kaden looking for Oshi. We gotta look for Commandant. It's not like I want to, though. After reassuring the other Forsakens one last time, Ballard returns to his office. This is our top secret plan to counter the Longinus arsenal. Rest assured, everyone. If Babylonia decides to use the Longinus arsenal, they will pay a heavy price. Now, the final pep talk is done. Ballard turns his head to look out the window. It's getting foggy. Shrouded by the dense fog, his vision fails to reach far, and his attention is abruptly redirected by a notification from his terminal. In New Oakley, He's still alive. When did it go wrong? Gazing at the brief message on the terminal, Ballard ponders his next move. Leave it to me, Generalissimo. A gray figure silently emerges. Nigel? Is that Nigel? Nigel? Broken Tail. Nigel Thornberry? Just kidding. Nigel? Emerging from the shadows is the Scorpio who nearly led you and Noctis to your deaths. However, in stark contrast to before, he now exudes a more menacing aura, veering toward madness rather than mere ruthlessness. Grey Raven Commandant. Now that's an unexpected twist. Upon hearing your voice, the man shifts his gaze, fixing his lifeless prosthetic eye in your direction. Ooh, he's seen better days. Don't worry, I only have one target today. With a speed nearly invisible to the eye, he draws the blade from the ground, skillfully deflecting the incoming bullets. Seriously? However, he ignores the sneak attack from Zong and instead aims his blade at Watanabe. You are the biggest obstacle to Generalissimo. I can't let you return alive. Good. I've got some questions about Ballard for you. Watanabe draws the shotgun from his back, assuming a battle stance. Zong, protect Usabeni and Jada. Roger that. Worry about yourself first. I will not let anyone interfere with this battle. In a synchronized leap, Watanabe and Nigel soar through the air, colliding in a fierce clash where their blue and black shadows intertwine. A rematch. Oh, I dodged.
もう死は恐れない。恐れはしない。この戦いを終わらせる。これこそが不屈の意志。道を切り開く。
Nigel, broken tail.
お前さえ。準備はすでに。もう死は恐れない。
How many times do we have to teach you this lesson, old man?
問題ない。
He's got black flames.
逃がさん。
Damn. He doesn't know. Nigel's clueless. He doesn't know that Epitaph is a tank construct.
命がけで行くぞ。恐れはしない。これこそが不屈の意志。
Nigel clueless.
彼が認めた存在か。だが所詮昔のこと。
Good voice. Choice for Nigel.
もっと来い。
That's Jinichi Suabe, right? Good voice.
この戦いを道を切り開く。 ここまでなのか。
I'm pretty sure that's it.
準備はすでにと。もう死は恐れない。
Good voice though.
共に地獄へ落ちろ。命がけで行くぞ。問題ない。
God. Oh, what the hell?
これでもまだダメだというのか。これこそが不屈の意志。道を切り開く。
Nice. Even so, I still can't secure victory for him. Under continuous assault from both his foe and himself, his frame has reached its utmost limit. A faint cracking sound resonates from within as the artificial skeleton, designed to facilitate movement, succumbs to the overwhelming strain. He falls down, no longer able to climb up. Watanabe, similarly wounded, plants his trail blade into the ground to support himself as he recovers his stamina on the other side. The heat emanating from him is distorting the surrounding area, the green flame leaving scorch marks on the ground. What does Ballard really want? I've spent more time with him than I have. Can't you tell? He sneers, the remaining synthetic skin twitching on his face. Do you harbor unresolved hatred for Babylonia as well? Hatred? I don't feel anything like that. I was born with congenital blindness, a genetic disease that even Golden Age technology couldn't cure. That was why I only realized the people caring for me were not my parents when I finally understood others' conversations. I was abandoned, or sold to be exact, for the price of an old terminal. Having been abandoned once, why would I care about being discarded again? He shows no hatred or desire in his lifeless gaze. Why would you risk your life to fight then? Watanabe pulls him up from the ground, angrily questioning him. Why fight me with a broken body using methods you're not skilled in? What kind of future do you and Ballard want? Future? I've never dreamed of such a thing. You are either born in the glorious golden age or born in Eden. You know what a happy future looks like, and you have felt its shape. But not me. I was born in the greatest era, but I've always lived in the darkest corners. When Ballard took me out of that secret laboratory, the post-pandemic world outside looked no different from the one inside. He points to his eyes with his still intact left hand. I've never seen the light, so how could I dream of it? So Ballard gave me something everyone is born with, something that would stay with me for the rest of my life. Power. To fight. Fighting is the only redemption I can find. It's my only purpose. The one thing that no one can take away. He grabs Watanabe's hand, trying to hold on to it tightly. Aw, cute. You fight for survival, salvation, the dream of a future. I fight for the fight itself. So, no matter the mission, I will do it. No matter the enemy, I will eliminate them. Leave it to me, Generalissimo. Your treatment isn't over yet. Ballard does not dissuade his stubborn subordinate directly. He knows that depriving him of battle is worse than taking his life. Nigel does it for the love of the game. Just a minor injury from my last mistake. I won't fail this time. This is no minor injury, especially to the magnetic device on your right arm. Can you still control it properly? I'll handle it myself if the situation is as reported. Watanabe was one of my best students. You can't defeat him in your current state. Nigel has always been a quiet person, and he has been even quieter since his last failure. But this time he uncharacteristically opposes Ballard's suggestion. You can't go, Generalissimo. The Forsaken only has the confidence to challenge Babylonia with you leading them. You've been preparing for this one opportunity for decades. The time has come, and the fuse is lit. You either pull the trigger now or give up. Neither Babylonia nor Forsaken will give us time to hesitate. You always tell me that power must be used wisely. I don't think there's a more fitting moment to use my power than now. Ballard looks at Nigel, his tone solemn. You will die. This is not about how deadly Watanabe is. Ballard understands that the man before him will do whatever it takes to complete this mission after his previous failure. And the moment has come, as Nigel said. I'm not one to actively seek death, but giving my life in this battle will be my greatest redemption. Time seems to stretch infinitely in silence. I'll wait for your good news. Yes, sir. Ballard stares in the direction Nigel left for a long time after he vanished into the shadow. Finally, he picks up an old terminal and dials the only contact on it. The ringing echoes in the empty office. Hello. Who are you calling? He's still waiting for my good news. The magnetic ring on Nigel's right arm begins to glow red. No! Zong! Got it! Zong immediately rushes toward the stunned Jada, while Watanabe, having tossed Nigel away, quickly moves to your side. You will not stop Generalissimo's plan no matter what! Smoke and flame from the explosion obscures your vision in an instant. The smell of burning gunpowder brings Nigel back to the day he first met Ballard. The sound of explosions, shattering cages, heavy footsteps. and an invitation he had never heard before. Another victim. Would you like to join us and burn those insects to ash? When in doubt, pull a rose in that room. Direction. What's crazy is that he, like, I know I'm positive Watanabe will be alive by the end of this. So what's funny is that Nigel still failed. Points and laughs at Nigel. You idiot. You suck. Dude, he's dead. Relax. Direction. Dude, he's already dead. Stop making fun of him. Boom! The scorching sensation still lingers on her back. The dizziness is taking a while to fade away. Watanabe, Commandant, Jada, are you guys okay? Ah, your cloak is on fire, Watanabe. Why don't you just start dragging people away instead of yelling? You feel yourself dragged away as the heat around you gradually dissipates. Man, Commandant, MC's always getting into shit, man. Are you alright? You take the hand he offers and stand up. I'm good. Both Zong and Watanabe have varying degrees of burns on their backs, unlike Jada and you, who are basically unharmed. If they did not react in time, they would not have been able to stand back up after just a few coughs. Ah, we're doomed! The thug who has arrived late kneels on the ground, crying, Who the hell started the fire? Is it you guys? Wait, isn't that the uniform of the Forsaken? His gaze fixes on Song, who is wearing a combat uniform. You must have started the fire! Huh? Me? The thug keeps on cursing Zong, ignoring the three of you. The mayor didn't let you win, so you sneaked in to cause trouble, didn't you? No, I've been here for a long time. Oh, so it was premeditated. I knew the previous Forsaken attack didn't come out of nowhere. The attack. Can you tell me more about it? Who are you? You look like a construct. Do they all look like this nowadays? Don't you mess around. I've already called for backup. I'll explain everything later. Everything. But please first tell me what's been happening with the Forsaken recently. Let's discuss this somewhere else. Hey, fan. Or fan? Is it fan? Fan. A young man wearing a cowboy hat walks over quickly. The rest of you stay here to put out the fire. I'll take them to see the old man. The wooden room is still covered in slash marks. Max sits at the desk, listening to the few of you recounting what just happened. So they're finally looking here. I'm sorry, Zameni. I'm afraid New Oakley can no longer shelter you. Forsaken used to maintain a facade of politeness with us, but they're going all out without any pretense this time. It's okay. At least we've achieved our goal. Thank you for the gear and the personnel you provided. I can't take credit for that. Max shakes his head and looks at Watanabe. Folks like Jada and all the equipment were rescued and salvaged by the Forsaken during that disaster. They chose to stay here afterward because they realized those of us on the surface valued them more, unlike those living in Eden. Although I haven't met you in person before, I've heard many stories about you. I couldn't have saved those people alone. There's no need for modesty here. You've earned the right to hold your head high. I've been observing from the sidelines. No matter what you think of the attack, I can assure you that many made the same choice as yours because of your influence. And you and your followers have saved more people because of it. I believe that's why Ballard used your death to incite them. Mutual benefits are a great way to bring people together, but mutual hatred forges a stronger bond. For the Forsaken, your death provided the perfect spark to ignite their hatred. Can you update me on the current situation? It's not a long story. Ballard gradually took over disputed areas under the guise of searching for you and self-preservation during the 6 months you disappeared. There were frictions between Babylonia and the Forsaken during this time, but they were more or less resolved under orders from the higher-ups of both sides. After all, he glances at Watanabe's repaired epitaph frame. I assume the Forsaken doesn't normally reveal their true strength, right? Perhaps Ballard gradually revealed his cards during this process, forcing Babylonia to reassess him. It's not that simple. I don't mean to pry. Max shakes his head and continues. The situation changed last week. After securing another area, Ballard suddenly announced your death and called all Forsaken to liberate the conservation area. Many were incited, though some opposed. Those who opposed were summoned to Ballard's new headquarters, and they haven't been heard from since. Both the Forsaken and Babylonia are now amassing troops at the border. No one knows who will fire the first shot. I'm just an outsider. That's all I know. I assume you'll be discussing what your next steps should be, right? Max stands up and walks toward the door. You can have the room for now. He closes the door, leaving the three of you inside. Should I leave too? Shall we head to the border together? Should we split up? You both give opposite answers almost simultaneously. It's too dangerous for you. What kind of person is Ballard? Instead of refuting Watanabe's concern, you ask about the name you have only heard a few times. He can't turn a blind eye to what he opposes, but he never acts recklessly. If he has revealed his true intention, he must be prepared for success. And then he must know about the Longinus arsenal. And he wouldn't have gambled on Babylonia not using it. If he has a way to counter Babylonia, he hasn't told me about it. Whatever it is, it must be as dangerous as the Longinus arsenal. That's the only way he can pose an equal threat to Babylonia. That's why you must find out what it is and stop him. I will explain everything at the border. Hey, haven't you been avoiding Babylonia's commandant? That was because I couldn't be sure who I could trust. But it's different if a large troop is at the border. The masterminds may control one conservation area, but they can't control all the frontline soldiers. I'm safer when there are more witnesses. Then let Zong go with you. Roger. I know you think it's more dangerous where I'm going, but hear me out first. First, having Zong represent the Forsaken is more convincing. We still don't know what Ballard's and Babylonia's orders are, and we need to keep both sides calm. Second, Zong can keep you safe on the road. None of this matters if you can't reach your destination. Alright. You have me convinced. You didn't make it easy. Looks like you've made your decision. Max tosses a shiny object over. Car keys. It's old, but it still runs well. You're going to need transportation, aren't you? Unfortunately, it's the only one I have. It's more than enough. Thank you. You've all saved this town in different ways. This is nothing. Looks like I have to ask you to stop a war again. The jeep drives steadily on the rugged path. According to the map, you have to pass through a forest to reach the border, while the route to Ballard's location is along old highways. So Watanabe insists on dropping you and Zong near the forest before heading back directly to Ballard to confront him. Something on your mind? You turn and see Watanabe resting one hand on the car window and looking somewhat distracted.
意識外リンクの時、私の記憶をどれだけ見た？
Almost all of it?
配慮のかけらもない言い方だな。すなわち私のプライバシーが完全になくなったというわけだ。
Well, I was taught that honesty is the best policy, okay? He complains, quote unquote.
ならば、空中庭園が行ってきたことと、オブリビオンが創立された理由。これであなたも知ったはずだ。今の空中庭園を どう思う？
I can't stand it. I wish it could blow up. I could blow it up. It's a place I need to protect.
彼らが描いた本来のエデンと異なるとしても
I don't think I'll give it up no matter what.
諦めないか。あなたの状況はちまきから聞いた。空中庭園はあなたを裏切った。あなたを必要としていない場所だ。なぜそこまで救おうとする？今もなお生き続けている大切な人たちのためか。
He seems to be asking you as well as himself. Even without meeting Lucia and the others, I would still go back. Your unexpected answer makes him pause and wait for you to continue. Because we're born there. Even if it isn't perfect, it needs to change. If we all choose to run away, who will be there to change it? Didn't you make the same choice?
人類の未来が空にしかなくとも地球を諦めたくはないんだ。どんなに時間と犠牲を払おうとも人類はいつか必ず故郷を取り返す。
そうだな。あの時ここに留まった理由を忘れるところだった。彼らが同じ道を選んだのもきっとそんなまっすぐで偽りのない理由なのだろう。
Drop it in a heartbeat for Kowloon. Hail Kowloon! Long live Kowloon! Anywhere where Lamia is, I'll be there.
だからこそ揺らぎなく眩しいのだ。
The confusion and doubt he has for the betrayal vanishes in an instant, and he chuckles softly.
しかし残念だ。いっそのことオブリビオンに来ないかと誘うつもりだったのだが。
I'll take it as a joke. The fishing queen, I'll take it.
本気さ。だから非常に残念だ。
The vehicle gradually stops at the entrance to the forest, and your short journey together comes to an end. Well, get off here then, Watanabe. You step off the jeep, your feet standing on the muddy ground once more. Be careful out there. Watanabe. You call out to him just as he's about to leave. We'll succeed, right? Yeah, you have my word. Back turned. Damn. Oh. What the heck is with this? After that, everything you've done will not be in vain. A cool breeze awakes your slumbering mind. You adjust your ill-fitting coat and focus. Opening your terminal to check the time, you realize you've been asleep for half an hour. You still have not found a way to disable tracking on the comms. Time to move. You throw the potentially dangerous terminal into the bottomless cliff and continue climbing the rugged mountain path. You lost one of your oversized shoes back in the fight. Despite being careful, you still cut your bare left foot with a sharp rock. The blood will leave a trail. You cover your wound with some dry moss, but this is only a temporary measure. You need to find a place to clean the wound. You acquire a few more wounds while searching for a stream. Fortunately, you have managed to find what you were looking for. As you clean your injuries with the water from the stream, you finally get a clear look at your current state. Your face has grown more angular from hunger, your eyes tired from lack of sleep. You are covered in bruises from your failed escape and scars from your fights with Corrupted. How messy. Would they still recognize you when they see you again? You cannot help but wonder. It has been 4 days since you escaped from the underground laboratory. Apart from being sure you are no longer in the clean zone, you have no other clues about where you are. But you cannot afford to ponder too long. Hunger and potential pursuers are urging you to act quickly. Should you continue toward the mountaintop or follow the stream? While you are thinking, you hear rustling behind you. Who's there? You grip the construct pistol and point it at the sound. Even though you might break your wrist firing it, it is better than surrendering. Whoa, don't shoot, Commandant! It's me! Zong? You did not expect to run into a familiar face. What are you doing here wearing someone else's jacket? Zong keeps his hands up, his youthful face filled with confusion. Are you hurt? He tries to walk over. Don't move. Huh? What were you holding when we first met? Our first meeting. Wait, don't aim at my head, I'm thinking. Right, it was a crate of ingredients. Apart from Watanabe and Grey Raven, there was also a kid from Actilec with us back then. He was 2 heads shorter than me, and his name was, Chang Yu. I'm sorry. Had to make sure. The tension eases as you put the gun away. Why are you here anyway, Commandant? No, wait. I should bandage your wounds first. He stumbles around to treat you. Seeing him like this, you feel the pressure from the past 4 days eases a little. One thing at a time. After using the basic supplies Zong has brought to treat your worsening injuries, you recount the events of the past few days. Ah, you were kidnapped. I thought Babylonia always arranged the flight to bring you back, no? Who do you think I am, the commander? Well, what about you? Why are you here? Please follow me. Looking at your bandaged left foot, he carefully proposes. Should I carry you? I can walk. Don't be mad, Commandant. I didn't mean to look down on you. Oh, why did you wear my shoes? That's not necessary. But he acts much faster than you can speak. That is when you notice something unusual. Zong, are you a construct? Not many people know about it. After all, I'm not as impressive as other constructs. He scratches his head embarrassedly, then puts his shoes on you. So I didn't really want others to find out. Let's go, Commandant. Good dude. Good lad, Zong. You follow Zong through the forest to a cave, and you find a battered figure there. Is that Watanabe? Yep, it's the boss. But he hasn't woken up since the attack. I heard that a mind connection can fix almost anything with the mind. So use your connection to do something already, Commandant. Don't believe in rumors. A mind connection isn't to cure all. What? We don't have the equipment here. Isn't a mind connection just plug and play? There weren't commandants yet when I became a construct. Zong explains, seeing how skeptical you are. What should we do then? We need to find a place. Somewhere outside Babylonia or Forsaken. Somewhere that has equipment. And it can't be too far away. As you ponder, the name of a place pops into your mind. With many constructs living there, it would have the basic equipment you need. New Oakley. New Oakley. Zong and you say it out loud at the same time. You know the place too. I escorted Jada there before. She'll know what to do. Question mark? You come at the right time. Forsaken was just left after ransacking the town. Actually, we've been staking out nearby for a long time. Did you really have to let them know, Commandant? Huh. What smart, aren't you? Were you making sure that we weren't siding with them? I hope you can understand. You should go hide in the basement of that abandoned tavern first. I'll inform Jada. Thank you. I'm not an ungrateful person. New Oakley doesn't turn away its friends. Everything you've done will not be in vain. And just like that, you finally have a place to stay after months of hardship. The long process of awakening comes afterward. During this time, you piece together the truth bit by Zong's accounts and the information gathered from the outside world. Let's get going too, Commandant. Watanabe has driven away, heading to his battlefield. Yeah. And so, you must fulfill your part of the deal too. Oh shit. Blood-soaked hands. You promised me one thing, Commandant? And what is it? Leave those human soldiers to me. Attack. Blood-soaked hands. Damn, Zong. Look at Zong go. He's got that Dark Souls roll going on for him. Oh my god, stop. Shoot while on the move, brother. Oh, shit. Okay, Zong, pop off. Damn. He's got them hops. Whee! Oh, shit. That's right. Come here. Whee! Catch up with them. Don't let them get away. Hurry up. Something is spreading. Oh god. We're in the forest. We're in the globular forest. Head-on creatures? Oh shit. This one. Hello? I was pressing the button. Nice shot. Oh, I pressed the button. I did. Oh, it's one. It's a one button. Why is it at one? Why is it at one? That's oh god. I have to keep my pinky on the control button, bro. Oh, help me. It's like, what is this? Oh god, it's like quicksand. Here, I'm gonna change camera. There we go. Oh. Consumed by the forbidden lean. Forbidden grape juice. Much better. Guess we're surrounded. Don't give up. It's not the first time. I promise I'll take you out. Yeah. Have a grenade. Ugh. Zong is a real trooper, bro. No. Don't get cornered by them, brother. Here, have a grenade. There we go. I didn't expect to have Zong gameplay. That was cool. Oh shit, we're almost done. There's 3 more combat nodes. Hell yeah. Wait, let me see. 81%. 3 more, eh? So 6. Or 2 more. Wait, is it 3? No, it's 2 more. 2 more. So that's 6 points. That's 47. Oh, wow. That's like 4 more. There's 4 more like dialogue nodes to go through. Passing on. His hand falls as he falls silent, never to rise again. No, don't tell me Zong dies. I don't think my little itty bitty heart can handle it. Die! Spiteful words echo alongside the gunshot. Zong freezes as the soldier falls, Zong's arm still holding up his gun mid-air for a counterattack. Reloading! Having fired the last bullet, you insert a new magazine into your pistol before walking over to the stunned Zong. You doing okay? He seems to have just snapped out of his daze. It's not about whether I'm okay. Didn't we agree I'd handle the rebels while you focus on the hetero creatures? Zong pulls at his hair, his face contorted with guilt. That's a One Piece level title spoiler if it's true. True. It was an emergency. We can't afford to worry too much. He wasn't a corrupted or a hetero creature. He was... Yeah, I know. He was human. Bright red blood slowly seeps and spreads from the corpse's back, something that never happens to corrupted or hetero creatures. A human body is such a fragile thing. One bullet to the heart is all it needs to take away its ability to fight. You experience this firsthand, for the first time. That's not supposed to happen. You're the hero who leads the fight against the punishing virus. You shouldn't have been the one who did it. Zong. Right now, I'm just your teammate. Let's go. Using all your strength to stop your right hand from trembling, you pull Zong up from the ground. Right as you are about to leave, a chilling sensation crawls up your back. Cradle. I thought I wouldn't be discovered. The fallen corpse slowly melts into the purple field as the figure of a young woman gradually emerges from the rotting blood. This is the 3rd time we've met each other, Sabeni. She curtsies in almost the same way as last time. You! Zong immediately steps in front of you and aims his rifle at her. She does not try to dodge away, however. Instead, she stares down the barrel, aiming at her curiously. Oh no. Is this what hostility looks like in the real world? The instinct living organisms have developed to protect others. No, this is slightly different. She mutters to herself, seemingly lost in thought. What do you want? I'm here to retrieve the discarded. She lands on the ground. The melted corpse has been fully absorbed by the purple field. Are you controlling the heterozone? Controlling? I don't think that's accurate. But please forgive me. I don't yet have the words to accurately describe my relationship with this land. She says politely. If you wish to leave, you can head that way. She points in a direction. Why would you help us? Because I want to see more stories. She says earnestly. I want to understand civilizations, societies, humanity. The stories of humans are more important than humans themselves. So I sincerely hope you will leave more stories behind. Now please allow me to take my leave. and she vanishes as abruptly as she has arrived. Commandant, what on earth was she? I'm not sure either, but it seems something bad will happen in the heterozone. Zong looks at the spot where Cradle has vanished, his usually cheerful face now full of worry. Escaping the besiegement of your new pursuers. Evading the attacks of hetero creatures. Pushing through strange vines and branches. You can finally see normal daylight through the gaps in the treetops. Your almost half-year-long escape seems to be nearing its end. Zong, hurry! Crossing the boundary between the strange and the normal, you can sense that the air is no longer tinged with the sickly sweet, rotten smell. Excited by the impending end of your ordeal, you have failed to notice. Someone has fallen behind. Zong? Watanabe! Watanabe! Wake up! Why is it happening again? Staring at the gaping hole in Watanabe's chest, Zong seems to have been transported back to that helpless afternoon. He desperately tries to keep Watanabe alive, but he is powerless to do anything. With his own bomb-scarred body, Zong tries to drag Watanabe away from the battlefield. Then he sees. He sees a girl in a green robe walking on the purple field. Corpses sink into the soil wherever she steps. He's dying. Stay back! His core, I suppose? It was shattered by the bomb earlier. She pauses until she finds the right way to phrase it. He will enter an eternal sleep very soon. Please leave him to me. His story will be passed on through me. Go away. Watanabe will survive. He won't, not unless someone is willing to exchange their core with him. I can. We'll find a way once we get to camp. Zong suddenly realizes that only the Forsaken know their whereabouts. Returning now might mean walking into a trap. The girl does not seem to notice his hesitation and asks gently, "Is this what you call a sacrifice?" "He won't let the same thing happen again." "More than a sacrifice, then?" She ponders briefly before nodding. "All right, I accept your deal. This will be a new story for me." Wait, I didn't... The purple field envelops the two of them. "Since I fulfilled your request, I shall claim my rewards as part of the deal. It is only fair." Zong! Zong! Oh no. Hearing your call, Zong slowly opens his eyes. He has no idea how long he has leaned against a tree. "Commandant, what's happening?" "I remember now. I've seen that green rope before, after we were attacked." He tries to speak in his usual cheerful tone, but his strength is fading. "She helped transfer my core into Watanabe, and then installed something else where my core used to be." After entering the clean zone and crossing the boundary between the strange and the normal, Zong felt the thing in his chest disappear. "I'll get you out of the clean zone immediately." "No." Zong grasps your hand. "Commandant, I want to know. Did I do the right thing?" You do not know what to answer. It's hard to tell, isn't it? "I'm not very bright, Commandant. Or very strong. I haven't been much help, even after I became a construct." "No, that's not true. Don't belittle yourself." "So, that was the only way. I didn't want to feel powerless like I did back then. Still, I had to rely on others in the end." "Commandant, tell me, will Watanabe be infected because of what I did?" "That wasn't me. I'm merely a reader here. I've finished reading the story in his heart. As a part of our deal, I shall return the book intact. He won't. I promise. It's good. I've been afraid that I've turned Watanabe into something he hates. But it must be okay. If someone like you, promise. I don't want to become corrupted. I've seen the face Watanabe made when he had to execute the comrades who turned. It was hard to watch. So don't make me go back. Please. I promise you. Don't feel sad for me, Commandant. After all, I've finally achieved what I've always wanted, even though I needed some help. He slowly raises his right hand to salute you. Can I ask one last favor? Sunlight slowly shines on the young man's face, as if covering him with a layer of golden sand. Please tell Watanabe that the little crybaby who used to be a burden can now protect others too. His hand falls as he falls silent, never to rise again. We'll finish this last mission together. Oh, 07. Forsaken Outpost, 6:30 p.m. Hey, someone seems to be coming. Where? Is it a Babylonian? Have they finally lost their patience? Doesn't seem to be coming from the same direction. That person's carrying someone? Oh my god, Tokyo Ghoul moment? Meanwhile, at the Babylonia outpost. I had a feeling it was going to be that. Wow. Someone's here. Strange. I don't think that person's armed. Feeling the weight behind your back. Oh, I'm carrying him on my back. You walk forward step by step. Sweat soaks through the bandages on your body. Yet to fully heal, wounds new and old begin to ache. You do not have to look up to feel countless barrels coldly aiming at you from both sides. You take a deep breath, pull out 2 flags from your pocket. Flags? Yeah, you'll use that one, Commandant, and I'll use this one. It's like giving them a heads up. I didn't know you knew how to do this. I've been practicing for a long time. You know this is a dangerous move, but without Zong, this is the only way to get both sides to the negotiating table. To not betray his resolve. To hold up your end of the deal with him. To not break the promise you made to yourself. What is a little risk? Unfurl the flags. 2 flags flutter above the buffer zone, one bearing the emblem of raven feathers and a shield, and the other a symbol of a gas mask, sand, and fire. I am Usubeni, the Grey Raven Commandant. I will unveil the truth of this war. My god. Rescue mission. Oh, rip Zong, dude. We lost Tall Guy and Zong in one chapter. Forsaken Camp, 6:15 p.m. Looks like it's gonna rain today. Yeah, I brought some raincoats. Do you want one? Why are we so prepared? As the soldier turns to take the raincoat, a flash of green catches his eye. Who's there? He immediately raises his gun and aims. What's wrong? Something's there. The 2 slowly approach, and they find a piece of green canvas caught on a branch before them. Phew. You're too tense. Probably. As they relax, however, they fail to notice that someone has been overlooking the entire camp from a high vantage point. This area was once unclaimed, but has been transformed into a new base during his absence. The monument in the distance still bears traces of the past, but the surrounding area has completely changed. Combat vehicles, tanks, and self-propelled artillery are stationed on the outskirts of the camp, while trucks transport ready troops to unknown front lines. Why are you doing this, Ballard? Even though he is no longer confused about what needs to be done, Watanabe still has some questions in his mind. He suppresses the urge to confront Ballard directly and begins to prepare for what he needs to do. Entrusted to be their leader, it is Watanabe's responsibility to rescue his trapped comrades now. I'm sorry I'm late, everyone. You've been waiting for a while, haven't you? A storm is coming. Cool. Why is it so less guarded here? Find out where they're held first. Doo-doo-doo-doo. Comrades are not here. Oh shit! Team soldier.
もう死は恐れない。準備はすでに整っている。命がけで行くぞ。これこそが不屈の意志。生き抜いてやる。道を切り開く。
She's using ult on one dude. Overkill.
準備はすでに整っている。
These mooks are surviving a single hit. Comrades are not here. Why are they so tanky? They got really special, dense, thick armor. Comrades are not here. Thick with like 5 C's, bro.
もう死は恐れない。命がけで行くぞ。これこそが不屈の意志。道を切り開く。
Stop it, Watanabe. They're already dead. It's overkill. Comrades are not here. How nice they're burning from the...
もう死は恐れない。命がけで行くぞ。準備おごりないせいが。命がけで行くぞ。準備はすでに整っている。命がけでこれこそが不屈の意志。
Too few guards here. Perhaps they're not here or on the ground. I love the border effects here. That tent seems redundant. Go have a look. I love the percussion. A cover like I expected. The entrance to the underground. They're likely to be in there. Forsaken camp underground. It's more guarded here than above there. This seems this is the right place. I can sneak into silently with the scan device. Stealth? Shit. Shit, man. He didn't see that. He saw that. Oh, shit. Okay.
もう死は恐れない。恐れはしない。命がけで行くぞ。命がけで行くぞ。この戦いを終わらせる。
So much for stealth. Who's there?
生き抜いてやる。これこそが
Oh.
不屈の意志。
Boss, I knew you'd be fine. Leon. Other people are still in here. Oh boy. God. Mr. Kennedy is secured. Mr. President. They're in here. They're in there. So where are the others? Don't fuck this up, Leon. Leon's just standing there. They won't see him, surely, right? He doesn't notice Leon, that's funny. He doesn't see. Okay. He can't see very well. Right through the neck. It must have been the wind. A guy right in front of him. It must have been the wind. Yeah. I gotta get this guy. Oh shit, never mind.
生き抜いてやる。道を切り開く。
Leon's just standing there in the cuts. That's funny.
準備はすでに整っている。
Leon, please do
もう
something,
死は
brother.
恐れない。恐れはしない。
He's just chilling. Oh, that's just a lantern. I'm here. Unlock, unlock. Boss, you're finally back. Leon's on our emotional support friend. He's the cheerleader. They know.
生き抜いてやる。
I guess it's time to just go loud then, huh?
この戦いを終わらせる。準備はすでに整っている。
It's just... It's kind of funny that they're just standing there not doing anything. They're not even like running away to like go behind cover or anything, they're just there.
命がけで行くぞ。
Can I go up the stairs here? Oh, here's some equipment, take it. Hell yeah, guys. I'm full of anger. He's walking like that, all stiff. I'm full of anger. Hell yeah. I'm angry. Any more around? Here comes more.
この戦いを終わらせる。命がけで行く。これこそが不屈の意志。
Not subtle with that model switch.
準備はすでに整っている。
It's okay. They make up for it with really good gameplay. They make up for it with gameplay.
命がけで行くぞ。これこそが不屈の道を切り開く。
Overkill. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Is there anything else? No? Okay. The exit is over there. Let's part when we get out. You're going to find Ballard? Let's go together. No, you have a more important mission. Stop, guys. They're stacked on top of each other. That's funny. I want to tell you the truth to our I want you to tell the truth to our comrades. Too few guards are here. Others must have been sent elsewhere by Ballard. All right, boss. We'll wait for you. We'll wait for you to return in triumph. Oh, that was Sumo saying that. Orbital strike. Their legacy will be destroyed, and they will truly be erased like ashes drifting in the void. Bing, 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 bing. Bing. Old World Government Headquarters. So Nigel failed too. Hearing the footsteps at his door, Ballard does not even turn around. Watanabe walks out from the shadow in silence. You could have sneaked in. Why confront me openly? Because I still have questions. You must have some understanding of the current situation, having reached this far. At this point, do you genuinely seek to learn the truth more than to stop me? I will stop you, but I also don't want to remain in the dark. What exactly are you trying to achieve, Ballard? Before I start, I'm more curious about how you survived. He looks at Watanabe's patched-up frame, his gaze eventually landing on Watanabe's translucent chest armor. You should have died on the spot. You showing up here is beyond my wildest imagination. Question mark? It seems that you have no idea what unimaginable things have happened to you either. Because I have that dog in me. Forget it. Those questions are meaningless to me now. Take a seat. A few more minutes won't make much of a difference if you're planning to stop me, right? Watanabe sits on a chair on his side, facing Ballard across the long conference table. Let me start from the beginning. After the disruption at the Hetero Tower, I realized it was the change I'd been waiting for. The disruption plunged the once stable Babylonia into chaos, and Kurono had never been so vulnerable. Do you know that they have yet to replace all the junior officers they lost? The emergence of the clean zone afterward was unexpected, obviously, but it didn't matter. It just meant that the engineering chips we collected years ago could be put to use. Compared to the trigger-happy Babylonia, we have an advantage in restarting those production and gathering lines. The resources and connections I've secretly gathered over decades would be converted into a military power that could stand against Babylonia at a breakneck pace. The only variable that could hinder my plan. He looks at the person on the other side of the table. Was you, Watanabe. I didn't expect you to do so well after taking over Oasis and merging it with the Forsaken. Too well, in fact. I can feel the cracks in those soldiers' hearts gradually healing. Rather than seeking closure for the past, they are increasingly inclined to let go. If this continues, they might actually choose to reconcile with Babylonia. I won't allow it. I won't stand by and watch our soldiers become Babylonia's lackeys again. I won't give Babylonia another chance to exploit and betray us. His clenched fists creak at the joints. So, you've become my biggest obstacle. But your death also proved to be the perfect spark to stir up their hatred. I've already come to terms with my situation, and I don't care anymore. Watanabe almost grits his teeth as he speaks, confronting a Ballard he no longer recognizes. Ballard. They think I'm fighting to save day, but I just like to fight. Nigel, him and Nigel. Why? Why would you drag all of them into war and put them under threat of the Longinus arsenal? Didn't you say leaders are so responsible for the lives of their people, so they must do their part to unite everyone? Why would you do this then? Is it for revenge? Revenge. Huh. I'll admit that's part of it. But that's not all. As long as Babylonia exists, the forces on the Earth's surface can never achieve true unity while fearing them. And if we are to unite under those deserters... He scoffs. It will only lead to another betrayal. Babylonia is changing. Don't speak on what you don't understand. Ballard suddenly shouts, slamming his fist onto the metal table and denting it. Just because you've interacted with their soldiers and commandants doesn't give you the insight to assess their organization. Grow up, Watanabe. The people who decide the future of their organization are not their foot soldiers. It's the people in power who make all the decisions. Babylonia's brain is a nest of deserters and cowards and traitors. It is as if a raging fire is about to burst from Ballard's eyes. I also wondered if they have changed, but... Play heroes all they want, but they still abandon their own heroes. Being like 50. He looks like he's in his 50s, but he's like supposed to be like early 20s or some shit. Hang in there. We'll reach the medical station soon. You? An ally? I'm sorry, but I'm all ready. Stop talking. There's still time. How long have I been unconscious? 3 days. 3 days. I guess I can't go back now, can I? You're not from Babylonia, are you? Thank you for saving me, but I won't be of use anymore. Saving me might just bring you trouble. The next Lloyd would have been made public by now. From the Vera interlude. Oh. Don't give up. Can you pass my tag in this notebook to the next Lloyd if you can? Stripped of his name and past, the construct shoves the 2 items into Ballard's hands, gripping them tightly even in death. They silence those who want to tell the truth. Soren! Howard! Shoot them! They abandon those who are still fighting. Due to strategic resource allocation considerations, we'll be unable to allocate backup for troops with no likelihood of survival. Babylonia adjusted its orbital altitude 15 minutes ago to avoid contact with the space station. Oh yes, I remember that. If any survivors receive this message, know this. Eden thanks you for your efforts. You have been brave warriors, and humanity will always remember your glory. This was from the Selena interlude, I think. Disconnected. They hide their lust for power with lies. Become a construct and fight for your family and friends. They justify their cowardice with selfish goals. We can reinstall the zero-point engine on Babylonia, using its nearly infinite energy to restore Babylonia into a colony ship to take us away from Earth to the stars. Their soldiers are dying while those cowards are enjoying their lives. Tell me how I can possibly forgive them. Decades of pent-up rage surges from Ballard, making him look like a hellish demon. And in a way, he is. That's still no reason to drag a whole generation into war. What you're doing isn't just destroying the home of the next generation. You're destroying the spark those who sacrificed themselves died protecting. Their legacy will be destroyed by this war, and they will truly be erased like ashes drifting in the void. How can humanity rise again if the proof of unity is lost? You've been blinded by your past hatred, so much so that you can't see the future. You may not like Babylonia, but you gotta be real. None of the other Earth factions could have gone this far. True! So very true. Huh. Why do you think both sides will suffer losses? Do you know why I chose this place? Ballard leans back in his chair. This is one of the few places where Longus Arsenal can target without using nodes. Ballard, you. Remember the erroneous command Nidhart stopped? Those commands were only stopped not erased. Although the original files on the data disk she carried were gone, the erroneous commands were faithfully preserved. One of them is the launch command for all 7,295 unloaded ballistic missiles from the entire space fleet. And their target is Babylonia. If my brain activity stops, that command will be transmitted through the antenna matrix, scattered across the Forsaken territory. Babylonia is definitely going to use the Longinus arsenal to kill me. It is the easiest and safest method for them. They think their Longinus arsenal will bury their dark secrets, but it will actually bury them. When the flames of the old era consume those cowards who should have died long ago, humanity will reunite again out of hatred and fear, a bond stronger than mutual benefits. And this time, the sword of Damocles will not be hanging over their heads. That's... damn. I was not aware of your game, Ballard. Did I succeed? Tell me. I can't see. Go now. The command officer made these choices to save more lives. Now it's your turn to do more. Godspeed. Ballard! You're too late, Watanabe. The time has come. The time has come. Echoes from the Golden Age. You are the real bullet that I've fired into this world. That goes hard. Government emergency meeting, 6 p.m. I'm sure you're all aware of the reason for this emergency meeting. Asen's gaze sweeps over all the attendees. There's a lot more people than usual. Are they finally taking it seriously? Indeed, we confirmed who is currently leading the Forsaken. The projection of a square face appears in the center of the ball. Square face. Just reminds me, just imagine just a Minecraft head pops up. Oops, wrong image. Ballard, the founder of the Purifying Force. This name hasn't been mentioned in a long time, but some council members might still remember him, I believe. Several council members show a hint of discomfort. Are you sure, President Hassan? If I remember correctly, that construct should have died before the Great Evacuation ended. Indeed, that is what the official document says. Since the Purifying Force wasn't under the military back then, it was the executive court that concluded the matter. From what I can recall, the person in charge of the executive court back then was... Haha, it was me, wasn't it? It was who? An elderly voice appears from a corner, and a frail figure in a wheelchair is slowly pushed out. You're actually here. It's difficult for someone my age to show up in this place. But I have to come. Some youngsters told me that this involves issues from the old days when I was managing the executive court. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to defend myself after you're done discussing and pointing fingers, would I? Would you say so? The old man coughs like a broken bellows, and his secretary quickly puts an oxygen mask on him. I don't believe you're on the attendance list, Kurono-san. Oh my god. It is Kurono. Kurono-san. You are? Yeah, you're on it, bro. Yeah, you're on it, man. And please mind your words. The Parliament doesn't pass judgment without evidence, nor does it deprive any lawful citizen of their right to defend themselves. Staring at this ghost from the past, Asen has a bad feeling. I would too. Anyone associated with the name Kurono, I would always have a bad feeling. He has not stepped into the spotlight for a long time since the end of the Great Evacuation. What a little bitch. Despite how Kurono's actions might be closely connected to Kurono-san, it has all been done behind the scenes. Kurono-san has lived a long time, having witnessed the end of the peace operations and the establishment of the world government. He has lived through many generations. His contemporaries like Copperfield, Trillard, and Hans have long passed away. People have gotten used to his absence, but with one foot in the grave, he suddenly shows up at this meeting. What is he after? You're not even going to show what he looks like, eh? I know the rules. He removes the oxygen mask and speaks slowly. How slow? Like Genshin Impact slow? Honkai Star Rail slow? Like how slow? Although I haven't appeared here for a long time, I retain the status of an honorary council member as the former lead of the executive court. I have the right to attend meetings and offer my opinions. Someone as righteous as you wouldn't deny my legal right, would you, President Hassan? Naturally. I wouldn't dare to lead the way in undermining procedural justice. Kurono-san nods in satisfaction. Good. Good. Shall we continue then? What does everyone think of this man who's returned from death? Please press the button before you if you wish to speak, Kurono-san. And if you're not feeling well, I recommend leaving the meeting. Basically, he said, get the heck out of here. It's hard for an old man like me to remember things. He presses the button in front of him. I don't think it really matters if he's resurrected or someone's impersonating him, right? Obviously, I'm not shirking my responsibility here. I'm willing to accept the control court's investigation after this meeting. So why don't we focus on the other matter? What is this Ballard trying to do? Please take a look at this, everyone. The projection screen in the Parliament Hall displays a bird's eye view of a square filled with people, barely recognizable due to the rain and the distance. The image might be blurry, but the audio is quite clear. Comrades, oppressed souls are still waiting for liberation in the conservation areas. You know that not all Forsaken members are here today. Our trusted comrades are holding the front lines, guarding us against possible attacks. That's Ballard's voice. As Hassan ponders how Kurono-san obtained this footage, the voice in the video continues to talk. Remember, this struggle only has two outcomes for both sides: victory or death. If we must choose an outcome, then we will choose victory. Complete victory. Victory! 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 The shouting stops abruptly, and the projection changes back to Ballard's face. There's no need to doubt the authenticity of this footage. I wouldn't risk my reputation by presenting a fake video. I think his intentions and stance are quite clear. He intends to start a war and takes what belongs to the world government. The crowd in the hall begins whispering. The aggression shown by the Forsaken over the past few months has made many of them worried, and this recording has confirmed their fears. If I remember correctly, the Forsaken should be led by a construct named Watanabe. Why is Ballard in charge now? I think President Hassan can answer that question. According to declassified files, Watanabe's father was a close friend of Ballard, and Watanabe had previously carried out a Gestalt rescue mission with Ballard. I see. Did Ballard fake his death to join the Forsaken then? That we don't know. But his motives and hostility are quite evident. The seasoned politician has completely taken control of the situation, knowing exactly what most people here are concerned about. It does not matter to them who is leading the Forsaken, but whether the Forsaken poses a threat under this leader. He's exploiting their lack of information. Very few people in the Parliament know about Babylonia's partnership with the Forsaken during Watanabe's leadership. Given that Watanabe has been missing for half a year, Ballard's actions were like his own. As Hassan hesitates about bringing this up, Kurono-san has taken the initiative. Speaking of Watanabe, it's been a long time since the military could contact him, right? Silence. Then an uproar. What are you saying, Kurono-san? Has the military been secretly communicating with the Forsaken leader, Commander Nicola? That's right. After the Hetero-Core incident on the space station, we've been occasionally working with the Forsaken secretly. You will need to explain yourself after this meeting, a member of the Control Court says. Let's focus on the matter at hand first. After our first collaboration, we established a secret line of communication with Watanabe. This line was cut off half a year ago. So we have no idea what his current stance is. Have you tried to find him? We tried, but to no avail. Unless he's currently hiding within Forsaken territory. That would mean? It would mean either he's been playing a double game with us, or he's been killed by Ballard. Neither scenario is good news. He sighs deeply. True, but we can be sure of one thing. Ballard's hostility towards us. So I propose to use the Longinus Arsenal to destroy their location directly. The location is the former world government headquarters. We don't need to use no targeting like with the Red Tide. We can still strike in an hour. Nicola! I won't get involved in this madness. Don't be so hasty, young man. We both know that is the real Ballard, not an imposter or a resurrected man. That fake death was orchestrated by Kurono and the Parliament anyway. Hassan has nothing to do with it. Let me put it another way then. Kurono-san chuckles, paying no heed to Nicola's rebuttal. You and I arranged that fake death because we needed an executioner who could operate in the shadows, and a spy. But now it seems we've both been played. He had been a triple agent for a long time, learning our secrets and weaknesses. Kurono has done his share of dirty work, and the Parliament's records haven't always been immaculate. He's targeting all of us. He knows too much. What has been spread in the conservation areas over the past 6 months is just the tip of the iceberg. He's destroying the foundation of Babylonia. We can't let him live any longer. I'll issue an arrest warrant. An arrest warrant. He seems to have heard something amusing, the wrinkles on his aged face twisting and folding. You're going to use the Purifying Force's tactics against him. The person who came up with those moves. How much more will we have to sacrifice on the front lines against those old soldiers? Babylonia's forces aren't designed for wars. Fighting the corrupted and hetero creatures has already changed how our military works. We've grown more accustomed to special operations, and we've lost our advantage squaring off on a battlefield head-on. In contrast, Forsaken's armed forces can be fully utilized in the clean zone when they don't have to worry about the punishing virus. Do you want all your soldiers to die in vain? Our conflict with the Forsaken hasn't reached that point yet. Are you waiting for those half-truths to slowly erode all of Babylonia before you can make up your mind? We both know Ballard will start a war. It's only a matter of time. The longer we wait, the more advantageous it is for him. Therefore, using the Longinus Arsenal is the cost-effective option for us. Gears turn, and Kurono-san's wheelchair slowly carries him away. Although you've parted ways with us, we're still on the same ship. Our Babylonia. Stop being indecisive and use the Longinus Arsenal on him. Not for me, but for yourself and Babylonia. That's a good point. Babylonia is strong, but they specialize in fighting corrupted descendants, not other armies. Yep, very good point. Damn, he got you with that one, Nicola. The Viper is revealing its fangs once again after many years. The Longinus Arsenal. Isn't that a bit too extreme? On second thought, though, it might be the option with the least amount of loss. If you go to war directly, how many soldiers will perish? How will we deal with the expanding hero zone afterward? We don't know when the other side will start the war, but finding the Longinus Arsenal will surely trigger it immediately. It'll be too late if we wait until the war actually starts. Do you want to sell out Babylonia's interests and bow to them? The sound of arguments begins to rise, and everyone's nerves start to tense up over their own status and safety. Quiet, everyone. Hassan knocks on the table, and the arguing voices gradually subside. Is this a Reconquista age? We've been trying to amend our relationship with the personnel on the surface. After so much has happened, we finally built a fragile trust with them through the efforts of our new generation. Unity is our most powerful weapon against calamities. If the Longinus arsenal is turned against our comrades on the surface, that fragile trust will be utterly destroyed. He tries to exchange glances with Nicola, but Nicola ignores him. Please, take that into consideration as well. The council members all fall silent, some in deep thought, some with disdain, but most wear expressions of hesitation and fear. They fear losing their current status and becoming the sinners who start the war. Seeing this, Kurono-san chuckles softly and presses the speech button. Here we go, rolls eyes. Please state your piece, Kurono-san. Thank you, President. Now, everyone, if you wouldn't mind listening to an old man's ramblings. How long is it going to take, old man? 2 hours? 3 hours? As long as Penacony, which is like 5 hours of pure dialogue. Before the world government was established, his hoarse, heavy voice carries the weight of generations. I'm sure it does. People had just emerged from the Great Depression back then, and there was a trend toward unification, but it wasn't a straightforward process. Voices of opposition emerged one after another, each with their own reasons and agendas. How do we solve that problem? With war. We resolved it with decades of peace operations. Did humanity become fragmented because of it? No. We established the world government and entered the Golden Age. What a glorious and enterprising era that was. I think Babylonia itself is the best evidence. After that was the outbreak of the punishing virus, the post-pandemic age, and the Great Evacuation. Were we wrong? Were any of you wrong? He slowly looks at each council member, giving them a moment to contemplate or convince themselves. Basically, he's saying, hey, let's just go to war, guys. We were not wrong. We kept the spark of hope alive and began the Reconquista age. This Babylonia is the continuation of our golden age. It is the continuation of our civilization. Certainly, war is painful, and yet you're recommending it. But if this is the price of unity, I believe the pain is worth it. No, it's not. As members of the world government, I hope everyone can consider the matter rationally. I hope you consider going in the grave, you old shitbag. Does anyone want to experience another Great Depression because of this prolonged division? The only Great Depression I'm going to feel is knowing that you're still alive. Or do we endure this short-term discomfort and fight back? Having spoken in his hoarse voice, Kurono-san puts the oxygen mask back on. The sound of the respirator slowly spreads throughout the hall as if reminding everyone that time is running out. Those who were originally deep in thought now show a similar hesitation. Does anyone else wish to speak? No one responds. The tide has turned. We'll proceed to vote on Nicola's proposal then. "35.1% are in favor of Commander Nicola's proposal, 30.8% oppose, and 34.1% abstain. The support rate is higher than this minimum requirement. This proposal is passed." Hassan's face darkens as he realizes Kurono-san's goal has been achieved. That son of a bitch. He was not trying to gain supporters. He was trying to push more people to abstain. His message was simple. Someone else can push the button, but everyone can share the reward, just like they did during the Great Evacuation. The venom forgotten by history has finally caught on at this moment, its toxin bursting forth. Just like the Great Evacuation, those at the crossroads have chosen silence once again. How the fuck is 1/3 a minimum support requirement? As president, The Sen can only watch as this happens. It seems that our discussion is over. I'll take my leave. Young people, there's no need to regret today's decision. Just go ahead and do it. Kurono-san is like that freaking devil on your shoulder that's just whispering to you, do it. Just as he is about to leave in his wheelchair, Commandant MC comes in with a radio message. Broadcasting the United Declaration now. Never mind. The machine that should not speak breaks its silence. Question mark? Kurono-san, I'm already old. I don't care what happens. True. Honestly, you know what? Fair. I'm already old. I'm already dead. I'm gonna be dead anyway. Might as well just live it up. Gestalt, what's going on? This announcement was set up when the world government was first established. When the condition of deploying a weapon of mass destruction on a large population is met, it will automatically broadcast. All the council members stare at each other, confused. No one has ever heard of this arrangement. That said, the condition Gestalt mentioned has never been met before. Oh, it's Trillard. To the future generations, my name is Trillard. I am the first president of the world government. What? What? Nani? Seeing the person who had hindered him almost his entire life, old Kurono-san clenches his fist. You got one-upped by the dude who's been dead longer than you've been alive. You fucker. Get shit on, Kurono. But what he is seeing is only a projection from the past. All his hatred cannot transcend time to reach Trillard. He one-upped you when he was still in the grave, man. That's funny. Our time has just begun. What about yours? From the top heaven rope. Has our beautiful solar system been fully developed? Or have you gone beyond the Milky Way and reached galaxies that we could only see through telescopes before? Have you established communication with alien civilizations? What are their technologies and arts like? The man in the projection speaks like a well-traveled neighbor, rambling on about the possibilities of the future. The once spacious hall suddenly feels cramped, and some council members look uneasy. But since you're hearing these words, I imagine you must be facing something similar to what we were facing. Trillard smiles kindly. Indeed, unity has a price. But please take a moment to think, my future comrades. Put yourselves in their shoes. Have you really listened to the other side's demands? Is there really no room for negotiation? What have you become the price that can be sacrificed one day? The cost should not be our excuse to avoid difficulties. We should not be so comfortable with sacrifices being the price, and we should not show our dedication only when it is easy. How can a civilization aiming for the stars regress to a barbaric era of survival of the fittest? Of course, I cannot make your decisions for you as a phantom of the past. This message is just an excuse for you to reconsider. He puts away his smile and speaks in a solemn tone. Please, think again and make a careful decision for your fellow humans and the future. You do not have to become death, the destroyer of worlds. Most importantly, don't become the silent snow that triggers the avalanche. Ooh, that's a good line. After Trillard's speech, a list of co-signers begins to play. These were all founding members of the world government, and members of the Science Council as well. This warning has traveled through time, pleading with the council members to reconsider their relationship to the surface. That what if you become the price one day line is an actual slap in the face. No one ever thinks what if they're on the other side. Yeah, for real. For real. Trillard really hitting them with the cold. He's really splashing them with the cold water. He's like, wake the fuck up, idiots. Do you know what you're doing? Have you considered the other side and what they think? Believe it or not, things are not one-sided. How many more times are you going to be in my way? Kurono-san is the only one still alive from their generation. But he has always lived in their shadow, back when they were alive and seemingly even after their death. Points and laughs. How can someone accustomed to the shadow step into the light? But you overestimated them. Those moved by your words are still a minority. Hassan is not really relieved by this sudden declaration either. Since the initial world government deemed it so, shall we vote again, President Hassan? Wait! A figure bursts into the meeting hall. Celica, you should have called us through comms first. There's no time. Besides, it's related to this meeting. I'll accept the administrative penalty afterward. What's going on? We found Usabeni, and the Commandant has brought back information about the Forsaken. Ballard framed Babylonia for Watanabe's death to incite conflict, but a recovered Watanabe is heading to Ballard's main base to stop him right now. Having finished speaking in one breath, Celica pants heavily from running all the way here. Meanwhile, Corona-san's face darkens. Can you confirm it is the Commandant? Grey Raven has brought back clothes before, right? I can confirm. All surgical scars match the records of the Star of Life. Then who can guarantee the truth of what the Commandant says? I can. Oh, he's real quiet now. Hassan, I can. Kurono, shit. Have you remembered everything I told you? Must we do this? We must. Once we leave this place, send the report as I instructed and anonymously. Go back to Humanity's United Front afterward and act like you know nothing, just like before. The man opposite Trillard hesitates. Don't worry. All of them like to say that politicians like us are cowards who wouldn't pull the trigger. Trillard pats the man's shoulder. You're wrong. You are the real bullet that I fired into this world. I believe you will save the future, Hassan. Oh, shit. Facing Corona-san's surprised gaze, the whispers around him and the increasing number of people whose hesitation and fear have turned into contemplation and determination. Hassan knows that it is time for the bullet Trillard fired decades ago to fulfill its intended purpose. I am willing to vouch for Usabeni's words as a present. I'm willing to bear the consequences. The Commandant would never deceive us in this matter. I now announce a second vote on the deployment of the Longinus Arsenal. Damn. Trillard, man. Buried in flames. The final node. Not the final combat node. I'm back, Ballard. I'm back to fight you again. Taking W's 30 years after death, for real. He's like, when he passed, he's like, after he passed, he's like, I ain't done yet. The countdown reaches 0, but the beam of divine punishment never descends on them. Instead, the sound of comms keeps ringing. Calls from the front lines, the rear, the food production plants, the factories. Deafening chatters fill the silence between the two men. Ballard knows what it means, but he no longer wants to think about it. Stop being so stubborn, Ballard. The proof that Babylonia has changed is right in front of you. It's not too late to turn back. Turn back. Stubborn. Is that what you think of me? Was I wrong? Information from the insider suggests that the Longinus Arsenal has not been deployed, not because the meeting on Babylonia is not over. 37.1% are in favor of deploying the Longinus Arsenal. 60.2% oppose, and 2.7% abstain. The support rate is lower than the minimum requirements. This proposal is rejected. Ballard closes his eyes. The abandoned souls seem to be haunting him again. No. Only a part of my plan has failed. I still hold the launch codes for those 7,295 missiles. How can he sit there and say that entire number in one go like that? I still have launch codes for those 7,295 missiles. And the antenna array in the Forsaken territory is capable of sending the command into space. With Gestalt's computing power blocked, No one can stop me. Babylonia can still turn to ashes within 10 minutes as planned if I want. Ballard! However, Ballard does not press the hidden launch button. Instead, he turns and jumps out of the room through the glass window. Are you here because of my miscalculation? Or do time and destiny truly stand on your side? If you want to stop me and end this once and for all, follow me. The showdown. Barardo. Buried in flames. He's just standing there. Oh, I have to control him. I didn't realize I'd be controlling him. Oh, the voices. Baka Benny. I didn't realize I'd be controlling him. It didn't say. Plot twist, I'm actually fighting against Watanabe's Ballard. I sat there waiting, I'm like, is something supposed to happen? Generalissimo Ballard. We were the Ballard we met along the way. Cutscene. Those are some heavy steps. It should have been playing like endless. It should have been playing endless path for this fight. It wasn't so good. Kakuro misero.
命がけで行くぞ。命がこれこそが不屈の意志。
I shouldn't say that. If anything, Crownless is Ballard.
恐れはしない。準備はすでに整っている。この戦いを終わらせる。命がけでこれこそが不屈の意志。
10 feet tall. He is pretty massive.
おごりない生がだ。もう死は恐れない。命がけで行くぞ。おごりない生がだ。
Damn.
問題ない。
Boom. Yes. He's good.
命がけで行くぞ。
丸あがきか。少しは進歩せい。
これこそが不屈の意志。
Oh my god. I can taste the colors. Jesus Christ, what was that? Stand next to him? Yeah. I'll see. Nice. It's not over yet, Wata. Oh my god. Jesus Christ. Dun, 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 dun.
この戦いを終わらせる
Yeah, he's so much taller now.
邪魔だ
Jamada.
この戦い命がけでいくぞ恐れはしない
He's like nearly double this
問題ない
height. Oh shit. Oh
倒れるわけにはい
no.
かない
Ah, that's one death.
立て
I didn't realize my health was so low
任
already.
せた
Oh, I couldn't parry that.
問題ない
Freaking guns, man.
命がけでいくぞおご命がけこれこそが不屈の意志
Oh, his back. Yo, he thinks he's
道
alpha.
を切り開くお
Man, it's been a while since I last fought him. Because I did the boss challenge when the patch came out.
もう死は恐れない
But I don't remember too much of his attack patterns. Now I'm starting to remember. You couldn't parry that? Shit.
命がけでいくぞこの戦いを終わらせる命がけでいくぞ
Oh, sorry.
やるじゃないか
問題ない
Oh my god.
命がけこれこそが不屈の意志道を切り開く
Death of Iron. That slow-mo was kind of cool.
もう死は恐れない
Jesus.
問題ないまだ
Oh
倒
my
れるわけにはい
God.
かない
This two does.
まだだ二度と裏切り逃げることがないように恐怖を与えねばならん
What? Okay. I couldn't parry that either.
命がけでいくぞおごりないせいが
Oh my god.
問題ない
I'm actually struggling a lot more this time around
Julius,
compared to when I did the
okay.
boss challenge. I don't know why.
この戦いを終わらせる命がけでこれこそが不屈の意志
Oh, behind.
弱い
道を切り開く
No.
声なき者のために拳を振ると我々は強者だオブリビオンかいい名前だいつも正しい人なんていないもし俺が間違いを犯したと思ったら俺を止めればいい
was such a cool cutscene. A gentle breeze brushes his face, bringing the scent of fresh grass. Watanabe, give your mother a bouquet. Okay. A small hand places a bouquet in front of the tombstone. You're on your own now. Are you afraid? He shakes his head. It's just, I miss you all. Then let me walk with you for a little bit longer. Shin takes the small hand and heads outside the cemetery. They walk past his childhood home, familiar streets, and every inch of land they have trodden. The boy grows, shedding his childness and becoming a young man. And this is where I stop. Shin raises his hand to pat Watanabe's head like before, but he places it on Watanabe's shoulder instead, patting it gently. Go on. Don't be afraid of the future. Have hope. Be excited. With a gentle push, he sends Watanabe into the desert. It's been a while, Watanabe. If I had gone that day, Bruce, then those guarding the surface would have lost another leader. What a shame. I told you not to come early, kid. Do you remember what we talked about before, Watanabe? I'm not going to die. I'm going so fewer people die. You don't need to feel regretful about the past anymore. You've protected more people and taught many to protect themselves and others. You're no longer chasing something unattainable. You fulfilled your promise to become the blade that cuts through the night. So stand tall and keep going. The phantoms of the past gradually fade away, turning into falling snow. He continues to walk forward. You've never forgotten the ground beneath your feet, even when you turn your gaze toward the sky. Perhaps that was why I lost to you. Tell me, do people still remember our battle? Yes. Not just me, but everyone fighting for the future remembers. That's good enough. That's good enough. He continues to walk forward. My brother and I never regretted following you, boss. He continues to walk forward. Don't grieve for those you couldn't save. Focus on the living. He travels through many places. Finally, he stands before the sandstorm named Death. Keep going. Mom? Watanabe hears a voice that almost faded from his memories. The voice of the person who gave him life speaking at the moment of his birth. Keep going. I believe my child will walk his own path. He walks into the sandstorm without hesitation to bring new life. Getting goosebumps. Getting chills. I'm getting goosebumps from this.
Watanabe.
Watanabe's artificial heart beats again. Having expected another fight, Watanabe is surprised by what he sees. You're awake. Ballard lifts the collapsed debris, creating a small, secured space. Steel beams that pierce his body, his vital fluid splattering onto Watanabe's face along with sparks. Ballard. What? I guess the luck is on your side today. Or maybe that's just my karma. Why did you do that? Because one of us has to live. Someone always has to die, just as someone always has to live. I realized at the moment the Longinus arsenal didn't fire that one, and only one of us had to live. If we both died, the Forsaken would lose their direction and fall into chaos without a target for their vengeance. Pain, regret, silence, and bloodshed of those warriors would then be all for naught. You're wondering why we can't both live, aren't you? Life continues to slip away, as well as the repressed feelings he has accumulated all these years. Ballard seems to have returned to the era back when he was called Uncle Ballard. Now, it is time to give Watanabe one last lesson. I lost control of the situation when I had to use your death to stir up their hatred. It proved that I couldn't rally the Forsaken the way you did, and the conflict between Forsaken and Babylonia hadn't reached the point of no return. Even if I revealed our advantages and our real history, they wouldn't have followed me, nor would they have let the war start. He laughs self-deprecatingly. Now, news of your return has spread, and I have lost to you. How could the flame of hatred continue after being doused by rain? If you were the one who lost today, I could have treated your death as the truth and continued my plan. Do you understand now? This was a duel where only one could survive. The victor decides the future, and the loser is swept into the dustbin of history, edited and glossed over. Why can't it be the way before? Because I've stepped into the spotlight, revealing not my identity but my purpose. I won't change my mind. As long as Babylonia remains away from the surface in its safe haven, humanity will never unite. The punishing virus didn't destroy us. It was the great evacuation that broke the spine of this era in two. The connected parts were severed, one flying to the sky while the other falling onto the ground. But the distance between the sky and the ground is so far away. How can a spine this broken support the weight of an era? Those cowards who call themselves the world government are no longer our comrades. They wouldn't have suppressed the once honorable constructs otherwise. They need warriors, but they fear them at the same time. You could still go into hiding. You want me to be a coward like them? He shouts, his anger no less intense than the sparks flying from his pierced chest. Remember, never pity your enemies, regardless of the past and the relationship you share. If the situation were reversed, I would end you without hesitation. There's only one thing worth sacrificing everything for. It's what you stand for, the line you don't cross. What do you believe in? What do you stand for? Who do you fight for? The comrades who stand with me. It's land we refuse to abandon. Will you eliminate any threats in its way, including your own sentiments if necessary? I will. Do you still think I can live now? Don't worry about the missiles launching after I'm gone. I removed the connection before you arrived. Accept the gift of the old era. His voice grows deeper and weaker. I didn't expect to die the same way I escaped. Is this my punishment? Even the light in his chest dims. Can you be the spine that carries the weight? With a hint of worry, his eyes gradually close. He seems to hear the sound of rockets soaring through the sky, people cheering, annoying advertisements, and the pattering of rain. I said, aren't you a bit late? Aren't you a little bit late? Backhouse? Isn't it tiring to live this long? It was tiring, but it was worth it. You still can't let go. The sound of rain replaces his silence. There are probably some faces you don't wish to see because of what you did, so I have to be the one to come get you. Let's go. Time to hit the road. He prepares to follow Backhouse into the rainy depths. Oh, right. That's for you. He reveals a pack of rather luxurious cigars in his hand. For the bet I lost last time. What bet? He touches the cigar. As he touches the cigar, Ballard seems to hear the answer to his last question. The spine that carries the weight won't be me. It will be us. The kid is someone we can count on, right? Ballard takes the cigar from Backhouse. Right. He lights the cigar, confirming that no one familiar has followed him. And he walks toward his tomb without looking back. The clouds have parted. The rain has stopped. That was so good. That was so good. Reshaped spine. Peak Watanabe. I think I'm no longer with you by the time you hear this. I don't know how long it will take for this message to reach you. Just like I'm unsure if we will succeed. We must have succeeded if this reaches you, right? Take some time to listen to my rambling. Tsuru left too early, and I spent too little time with you, so you became too mature and too quiet while you were still young. But how could a father not understand his child? I know the question that has bothered you since your youth, and I was waiting for you to ask, but you never did. Just when I thought it would be a shadow you'd deliberately avoid, you told me that you were joining the military when you were 18. I was scared then. I was afraid you were following the same path because of me and Tsuru, but you gave me an unexpected answer. So, my son, do you understand why your mother made that choice now? Would you make the same decision if you do? Let me tell you my answer, since I probably won't hear yours. Unity is the foundation of civilization. Civilization evolves from savagery. Survival of the fittest is the law of savages, not the law of civilization. Civilization emerges to resist savagery, to defy the natural law of survival of the fittest. We won't abandon our weaker compatriots or bow to natural disasters. The only thing that can make us give up is ourselves. Why is there still so much selfishness, scheming, and betrayal then, you might ask? Because unity is painful. Before we build civilization, we are still a part of nature. Our animal instincts make us avoid harm and seek gains, but the continuation of civilization requires us to defy this instinct and learn to give and share. So, does civilization still matter? Does unity still matter? You may find yourself asking this question over and over again in the future, because the path you choose won't be easy. I want to tell you that it matters. Civilization matters. Unity matters. The process of unity has a price, but its rewards can be shared and passed on. The reason humanity has come this far, the reason civilization has endured, is due to the continuation of each instance of unity. This comes from another instinct of ours, love. Love and unity have helped humanity traverse the past and present, Watanabe. I believe it will help us traverse the future, just as it did over 10,000 years ago. You may face hardships, injustice, and even betrayal during this journey. That's when you should look back. Look at those you've saved. Look at those who have influenced you. Look at those you've influenced. Look at those who made the same choices. The era of the world government has passed. But when you realize that immense space power isn't the golden age, and the world government isn't the golden age, when you understand that the golden age isn't the text of the history books, but the beliefs, thoughts, and actions of the people, that's when you'll create your own golden age. Love and unity will be passed on, and humanity will rely on them to build the spine of the world. So, Watanabe, this path is destined to be difficult. But it will never be lonely. I believe that humanity will choose love and unity in this calamity as it did before. Even though there might be occasional disagreements and conflicts, we will certainly fulfill our initial promise in the end. A world for all. I believe that humanity will once again talk about science, art, and the future amidst flowers and green grass under a blue sky. Then, we will surely see your footprints in the universe and hear your stories as stardust in the sky. The time has come. I must go in order to protect those I love and the world I cherish. So, this is the last thing I want to say to you. I love you, Watanabe, and I will always be proud of you. The message in the terminal ends here. Words that have never been heard finally reach the ears they were meant for after decades. Dad. Watanabe found this message while sifting through Ballard's belongings. How his father's message ended up in Ballard's hands is something Watanabe will never know. The conflict Ballard deliberately incited has gradually died down since his passing and Watanabe's return. Having learned the truth, the people rejoice in Watanabe's return while beginning to denounce those advocating for war. As Ballard predicted, the situation was out of his control the moment he had to rely on Watanabe's prominence to stir up people's hatred. The spark lit by hatred could naturally be extinguished by the return of the resurrected. But this does not mean the unrest has left no impact. Boss, the Babylonia delegation is arriving soon. The tense relationship between Forsaken and Babylonia has not eased with the end of the conflict. Neither side plans to withdraw their troops from the border without any precautions. Got it. Watanabe looks at the medal in his hand. It is another item left by Ballard. The launch codes for the 7,295 missiles scattered in space are in there. With this sword, Babylonia will never rest easy. Now, it is in Watanabe's hands. As long as he holds this sword, Forsaken will not abandon the territory they have gained, and Babylonia can never truly reconcile with them. It will be hard to achieve real peace in this prisoner's dilemma. Unity comes at a price. What do you believe in? What do you stand for? Who do you fight for? I understood it a long time ago. He grips the metal tightly in his hand. It is a sword he will never let go. Unity does not mean one side compromising to the other, nor does it mean one side surrendering to the other. Sometimes, matching forces can calm both sides down so that they sit at the negotiation table. But those are the two sides of the coin. One says peace, the other destruction. If either side decides to flip the coin and press the button, at least one side will face total annihilation. Will Watanabe press the button? Will Babylonia fire the Longinus arsenal? Those questions will accompany Watanabe for the rest of his life. He does not intend to hide the existence of this sword, even if it makes him a thorn in Babylonia's side again. Those who hate Babylonia will crave this power of destruction, and those who seek reconciliation will despise its hostility. This is the price of unity. He loves his comrades so deeply. How can he let them be at the mercy of others? He will bring greater fear, if only for lasting peace. Over here, Commandant. Lee stands guard before you, cautiously moving forward while staying alert to every blind spot. Liv, can I have an update on the surroundings? There are no unknown signals within a 10-kilometer radius. Understood. Stay vigilant. I mean, this is just a business trip. After Grey Raven brought you back to Babylonia, the Star of Life immediately arranged a full medical checkup. It was then that they learned what you had gone through during your disappearance. I'm sorry. If I had returned earlier. No, you made the right choice, Commandant. The Purifying Force rooted out several moles in the conservation area after that, and they all had your full profile. If you went to the conservation area rashly, you could have run into them. But seeing that you still want to say something, Lucia cuts you off. Just focus on recovering, Commandant. Leave security to us. Watanabe, I would like us to be chill, but if you want to play games, we can play games. Lee does not speak, but he nods in agreement. Actually, that's exactly what I wanted to talk about. Isn't 24-hour surveillance a bit excessive? Commandant, having finished checking your medicine, Liv turns to look at you with almost pleading eyes. What about the military? Commander Nicola has also agreed. Alright then, I'll listen to you this time. Good. Please take your medication then, Commandant. 3 days after your return, you receive an invitation from the diplomatic court to join a negotiation with the Forsaken in the central buffer zone. Lee, keep an eye on the surroundings. I'll check the transport craft. Isn't this a bit overprotective? We won't lose you again. What a tight unit you are. Alright, I'll let you inspect it. Anyone who doubts the quality of my transport craft usually gets a whack on the head from me. Are you the pilot this time, Bridget? We're the support force. We go wherever we're needed. And I'm sure you'll feel more at ease if the pilot is someone familiar. A man in a suit walks over. Councillor Litz. First of all, I want to thank you for coming, Grey Raven Commandant. You're welcome. I also want to know how things are with the Forsaken. 24/7 being too much. Bro, you were gone for a year. Liv was willing to kill herself after 3 months. I know. Guys, isn't this a bit excessive? Man, do you want to get fucking kidnapped again, brother? What do you mean? 24-hour surveillance. You need that shit. I need that shit. Every commandant needs that shit. Indeed, we invited you partly because of your good relationship with the Forsaken. After all, this is our first negotiation since then. We want to show more goodwill. But his tone suddenly shifts, and he stares at you sharply. You know what your stand should be, right? Where I stand has never changed. And that is... Watanabe puts away the medal and turns toward those who await him. That's... Let's go. It's time for us to forge the spine of this era. Oh my god! Peak! Peak! Capitals P-E-A-K. Oh my fucking god. This chapter's immaculate. Oh, that's so cool. That was so cool. Ooh. Putting down a box taller than himself, Changyu wipes non-existent sweat from his forehead. Whew, finally. Even though it's a town full of drunkards, the defenses aren't too shabby. Next up is... speak of the devil. How did things go, Changyu? I've reached the designated spot, just waiting for our contact. But this guy was barely alive when I arrived. Don't blame me for any loss. The royal family will find a way to save him. Is there something special about this guy? You wouldn't have made a bad deal. The royal family needs people like us, like this, doesn't it? I'm quite eager to see how many obstacles this Scorpio can eliminate for us. Huh? You shouldn't have released that announcement. It's rare to see you oppose me so directly. We are just spectators. We are not qualified to intervene. All we need to do is watch quietly until the chess game is decided. These were your exact words. Why are you going against them now? Using my own words against me. You've become more human yourself. And you? Why did you do it when you knew that releasing the sealed information equates to releasing the contaminating memetics? Dominic? It's been a long time since anyone called me that. Huh? My reason is simple. I wanted to inject a dose of sedative into humanity at their most irrational moment to prevent them from destroying each other. The contaminating memetics can bring destruction too, and a more sweeping one at that. But we can delay it. The countdown has already begun. We can no longer stop it. I stopped it for the first time during the moment of the punishing virus outbreak by ordering global satellites to self-destruct and taking myself down. Nidhart and you stopped it the second time during the post-pandemic age. We don't have a second Nidhart or an uncontaminated you anymore. Who else can stop it? Unless you can find the real Dominic. I'm just a memory data Dominic left before they entered Reactor 1. I don't know what state they are in now. Even though I had some ideas after reading that Omega file, I'm afraid there's no way for me to verify them. However, a reference for the solution of the contaminating memetics may have already appeared. A grand ring city with labyrinthine streets, densely packed buildings, and vast underground spaces appear before Dominic. Has it begun? It has begun. That doesn't sound good. Oh my god. Yep, that's the entry into Kalong. Holy shit. This chapter is so good. Oh. Half of this was like a history lesson and stuff, which I did like. I love it when games or even like anime series or manga series do like these little like flashbacks or like past history stuff, little like mini like flashback arcs and stuff. I like it. So much information, so much context, more world building, more lore. I love it. This was good. This was really good. Holy. And the music too. Music, every time there was like a cutscene with this music, or when there was like a humanity moment or whatever, and this OST would play, I would always get like goosebumps. I would always get chills because it's so good. It's like so perfect. Ah, great chapter. Holy shit. Dominic Gestalt Hwashu AI battle. It's a 1v1v1. Great chapter. Oh my god. Man. So, getting caught up now. Look at this. Holy. Alright. Yeah, Polaris Bond. We're finally at this point here. Holy shit. Man. For those completely unaware who don't know, my history with PGR was, I don't remember when I first started playing this game, but I've been on and off this game since. Like, I remember coming back playing the game when it was like Inscription of Labyrinth. I remember going and coming back to it when it was like the Bianca Stigmata patch and all that stuff. Earlier this year, over the summer, when it was the 3rd anniversary, when it was like the Alyssa Echo patch, that's when I came back to playing this game. It was mainly due to Wuthering Waves, mainly due to me playing Wuthering Waves and knowing and recognizing Coda Games and stuff. So I had a lot of catch up to do. And back then, I will admit, when I played PGR, I was mainly focused on gameplay, not story. So I did skip the story stuff. Even with the Inscription, even with Echo Aria, even with Across the Ruined Sea, I skipped that shit, right? And the last thing I fully left off when I was playing through the story was like chapter 8 or chapter 7. So when I reinstalled Punishing Grey Raven earlier this summer, I was like, you know what? Maybe I should go through this story, you know? I should give it a proper go of it, right? So I continue from where I left off, from chapter 7 or 6 or whatever, all the way to here, even the side story stuff, even all the interludes. And whew, I made a good decision. Holy shit. Yeah, Chu is really pretty. But man, from chapter 7 all the way to here now, 20 chapters and multiples, floating records, event records, extra stories later. I'm finally at the current patch, which I will be reading through this weekend. Because, you know, the holidays, it's Christmas Eve tomorrow, and Christmas Day, and then Boxing Day, and all that shit. So the next 3 days I won't be streaming, but Friday, Saturday, probably Sunday, if this becomes a 3-part stream, then I will be going through Polaris Bond. A long chapter, as I've heard, really long chapter. I remember seeing on the subreddit for PGR, someone posted a screenshot of 8 dialogue nodes in Polaris Bond. It's gonna be a lot. Oh boy. Probably closer to 30 total chapters. Yeah. It's a lot to go through. It really makes me wish this game had like an anime or something. How long is on fire again? What's going on, guys? Come on. But it really makes me wish this game had an anime. But if it did ever have an anime, it would be like over 100 episodes at this point, honestly. Because it's just so much information, so much world building, so much lore, you know? And it'd be a long running series, that's for sure. But man, they cooking. Coder Games, they cooking. Real good shit, man. And on top of that, the gameplay being so immaculate, it was just so good. 12 episodes, no season 2, take it or leave it. Oh my god, if they did that, I would cry. If they're gonna do it, oh man, yeah, I would just cry, bro. At least make it 24 episode. Tired if you're tired. Right. See? Vera's got the right idea for me. Thank you. Animation drops to hell, episode 6. Please, no. Don't give them the curse of Uzumaki, please. Not the Uzumaki curse, man. The Uzumaki curse is twisting the animation. Twisting animation quality. I remember when people were making such a big deal about that. We're going batshit crazy. I've never watched it. I haven't been watching a whole lot of anime recently, actually. The only thing I've been watching has been Bleach, the 1000 Year Blood War shot. I love Bleach. Well, there we go. I'm essentially caught up now. Technically. But man, it's been one hell of a fucking ride. Woo! Alright. I'm just gonna do another repeat from what I said earlier at the beginning of the stream. Just before the New Year's, I'll have a final stream on this channel. And from then on, I will be streaming on my other channel. I'll be moving my streaming activities over to that other channel, which I've pinned in the chat. So if you want to, sub and stuff, you can. Because I plan on doing PGR readings again but for like from like the beginning and all that shit. But I plan on doing that in like a video format for people who want to enjoy the story, but don't have time to go through it, or they're just lazy to go through the story because it's not voiced. You got friend slots? Want to add me? Oh yeah, if you guys, anyone watching that plays PGR as well, if you do want to put me on your friends list, you can. I don't mind. I don't know if you can see my ID. You add by ID, right? Right here. So if you do want to send it right here, you can. ID is 153-18915. And I got myself a Lamia icon. So if you want to send it over, you can. I don't mind. Just know that doesn't mean we're best friends, okay? We're not best friends. There we go. Carefree dot. There we go. Alrighty. That'll do it for me for tonight. Final thoughts on chapter 27, Aeon Reforged. It was fantastic. Loved it. Music, phenomenal as always. Thank you, Vanguard Studios. The story was great. I really enjoyed the history lessons we got here, from from before the punishing to when the punishing came out, and the Great Evacuation, and all that stuff. Really good stuff. We got a lot of throwbacks too, especially with the space station and Korolev. That shit, PTSD. Fucking Selena, Jesus. And then the current situation, the situation with the Forsaken and Babylonia. Tensions are still there, but at least it's not as crazy or dire as it was with Ballard around. And got to see more with Watanabe. I like it. I can't keep my parasocial relationships in check. But yeah, this chapter was, I said it earlier during it peak. Oh man, when Watanabe and Commandant's backs were turned. Oh, so good. So fucking good. For real, if this was ever an anime series, over 100 episodes or whatever, man, a lot of people would love it, I think. Like, holy. Maybe the beginning episodes would be a bit slow to get into, just like the early chapters of this game, but from there on, it would be so good. But hey, who knows? That's just me being wishful, being hopeful. Alright, with that being said, that is everything. That's good enough for me for tonight. So, thank you for watching. Thank you for chilling with me. Thank you for chatting with me. I really do appreciate it. And I hope you, damn it, I already forgot my own outro. Sorry, I got peak on the mind right now. Hope you have a great rest of your day or night wherever you are in the world. Take care, stay safe, drink plenty of water, and I hope you enjoyed the stream. Again, Polaris Bond later this weekend. Again, thank you for watching, and again, I hope you enjoyed the stream. And lastly, very lastly, have a Merry Christmas. Enjoy the holidays, happy holidays, spend time with family and friends, and I hope you guys have a great time celebrating. All right, thank you. See you later this weekend. Thank you. Bye-bye. Merry Christmas. Fucking peak.